Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our Budget Committee meeting of February 4th, where we'll start with the operations budgets. We'll call to order, and the land acknowledgement is that the Halifax Regional Municipality is located in Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and the traditional lands of the Mi'kmaq people. The municipality acknowledges the peace and friendship treaties signed in this territory and recognizes that we are all treaty people. We also recognize that African Nova Scotians are a distinct people whose histories, legacies, and contributions have enriched the part of Mi'kma'ki known as Nova Scotia for over 400 years. We do have a few people that will be coming in a few minutes late because of some accidents on the bridge, but we do have quorum, so we will start. Approval of the minutes, there are none. Approval of the order of business, approval of additions and deletions, Madam Clerk.
There are no additions or deletions from the clerk's office. We do also have the approval of the minutes.
It says that the minutes, there were none. We'll skip that. Okay. All those in favor of the order of business as presented, hand vote. All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Opposed, nay. The motion is carried. Thank you. A call for declaration of conflicts of interest. Seeing none, we get to move on to public participation. Speakers can participate for a maximum of 5 minutes. After everyone on the list has been given an opportunity to speak, I will call 3 times to ask if there are any additional speakers in the gallery. Speakers can participate in person, or if you pre-registered by the deadline, you have the option to participate using Zoom. The deadline was 4:30 the previous day. As a reminder to those watching, in order to have signed up as a Zoom speaker, the deadline was 4:30 the previous day. However, there is no deadline to speak in person as long as you are present in the chamber now. We have 7 speakers registered and 1 has chosen to use Zoom today. Madam Clerk, you have a little notice there.
Thank you. So for speakers using Zoom, when it is close to your turn to speak, staff will promote you in Zoom to allow you to turn your mic and camera on. You will leave Zoom Zoom meeting briefly when this happens, and then you will reconnect with the controls available. Please leave your mic muted until the chair calls your name.
Thank you very much. Our first speaker is by Zoom, and it's Nathan Ealing, and then it's Ben Hammer, and then Jerry Post.
Hello, Madam Speaker and members of the Council. My name is Nathan Elling. I'm speaking to you today on behalf of the Elderberries, which is an over 50 2S LGBTQIA+ support group. As far back as the 1980s, I was part of GAE Gala, the Gay Alliance for Equality and the Gay and Lesbian Alliance, which was the community-run group that purchased the Old Vogue Theatre on Gottingen Street and turned it into Rumors. Back then, the income from that bar directly funded a helpline for troubled individuals dealing with coming out, homelessness, even suicidal ideation, and the still operational Waves community magazine, which is still a clearinghouse of community information. We funded the first AIDS Vigil, now run by HEAL NS, the first safe sex pamphlet published in Halifax, and even LGRNS, the Lesbian and Gay Rights Nova Scotia, which during the Buchanan government was the first group to get gay rights enshrined into provincial legislation in Canada. Our legacy in the gay community was not just local, but provincial and national, even international, considering some of the work we did around apartheid with Simon Nkolai and his GLOW initiative. None of this was paid for by HRM. Back then it would have just been Halifax, but all of it was directly beneficial to not only the LGBTQ community, but Halifax more generally, and by making it more welcoming and a livable city. So how is this relevant to this meeting today? The Turret Art Space Society is planning to take another iconic building, the Khyber Building at 1588 Barrington Street, which has a long historic association with the gay community, as it hosted the first LGBTQ+ bar in the city back in the 1970s, the Turret. and they're planning to turn it into a 2S LGBTQIA community art space. Why are these spaces important? Halifax thrives, at least in part, on its artistic and cultural heritage and creative spirit, and is a center and clearinghouse for artistic and cultural heritage of the Maritimes generally. In regards to Council's own 2026 to 2030 strategic plan, supporting growth, this art space will help to fulfill EP01R1. The growth and development is inclusive of marginalized and underserved communities, as well as EP01R4 and EP02R3, EP05R2, and 5. And I can say that Pride, a community event that I helped found in 1987, is a strong tourist attraction that has spawned further events such as Sheet Harbor Pride in other HRM communities, and even in non-HRM communities. While it's likely that we've missed an opportunity to showcase the Khyber Building for Canada Pride 2027, taking place in Halifax, we may yet see a benefit to our strong community in the years after. Other groups I'm involved with, including the newly reformed NSRAP, which is a coordinating community of sorts for the 2S LGBTQIA+ community, would also likely use this space. Thank you for listening to me, honorable council members. I hope I've impacted your decision.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ewing. And our next speaker is Ben Hammer, and then Jerry Post, and then Julia Sable. In the middle is great. Welcome, Mr. Hammer.
Hi. I'm back to expand on my proposal to tunnel instead of widening Robie Street. Tunneling within the existing right-of-way will save money in the short term while planning for higher capacity in the long term. HRM has until November of this year to acquire 10 more of the 33 impacted properties on Robie Street to widen less than a kilometer by only a few meters. To widen the right-of-way, HRM will take on the costs and liabilities of demolishing the existing buildings and clearing the parcels for redevelopment. If the city intends to recoup costs by selling the land to developers, these costs will be passed along to tenants, making affordable housing on these lots impossible. When HRM applied Transportation Reserve zoning back in 2021, budgeted market value for property acquisition was likely based on existing buildings. In the many years since, higher density redevelopments nearby have demonstrated how lucrative the area is for developers. The land value uplift of HRM handling demolition and site preparation for lots in the center of the peninsula on a future rapid transit line is more than anyone seems to have accounted for. The more HRM allows developers to build on these lots in the future, the more it will cost HRM to acquire these properties by November. No matter the cost share from upper levels of government, this is a waste of tax dollars to subsidize developers. While I don't think widening Robie is a practical option, increasing the setbacks of future developments on impacted lots through zoning amendments is a more cost-effective policy tool than Transportation Reserve zoning to protect for future widening with a more realistic timeline. The reality is, Halifax Transit lacks the fleet and staffing to deliver on the service promised in current bus schedules. Even if we build the lane, we won't have the resources to make effective use of its capacity for several years. Halifax Transit finally has over 90% of the staffing needed to run currently scheduled service, which itself has been a slow but steady win. BRT will require hundreds more drivers and mechanics to run 4 more routes with frequencies of 10 minutes or better all day, all week. A significant portion of our current drivers and mechanics are nearing or eligible for retirement, and we aren't recruiting at the volume we need to prepare. At this rate, it will be years before we have the labor force capacity to make full use of the existing bus lanes on Robie. But we don't only need more drivers, we also need more buses. Fleet expansion is the bigger challenge. The sudden 85% drop in ridership due to the pandemic in 2020 led many transit agencies to reduce, defer, or cancel new bus procurement given the uncertainties at the time. Halifax was one of the few agencies that signed bus procurement agreements in 2020, and while we are higher in the order queue for delivery than most agencies, the drop in orders meant that production capacity got mothballed, and multiple compounding factors are limiting capacity to scale up bus production. Having commuted up and down Robie since 2019, the section between Almond and Kennard is fairly smooth sailing because the bus doesn't change lanes. Southbound traffic through that pinch point is low enough that transit uses the shared southbound lane to send out-of-service buses across town at rush hour. When we have the staff and fleet to run 20 articulated buses per hour in each direction on Roby, that's when we should look at making that southbound lane bus only between Almond and Kennard. Again, southbound traffic volumes through this section are low. Making this southbound lane bus only will move exponentially more people, shift more car trips to transit, and other streets can handle what remaining southbound through traffic there is. We're currently running 6 buses per direction per hour on Roby between Almond and Kennard, providing capacity for about 400 passengers per direction per hour. An articulated bus every 3 minutes will provide capacity for up to 2,000 passengers per hour per direction. We're only using a quarter of the capacity offered by the current configuration of Roby through that pinch point. If the goal is to speed up transit, most delays on Roby come from the constant lane changes south of Quinpool, where buses have to change from the travel lane to the parking lane and then wait for the gap to merge back into the travel lane at every stop. Instead of following Robert Moses' playbook of expropriate the poors to make cars go fast, we should learn from Debbie Travis. You can do a lot with a little bit of paint. Painting curbside lanes on Roby from Quinpool south to Inglis is a low-cost, high-impact measure we can do this year to speed up transit in the present. When we eventually need more than 2,000 passengers per direction per hour of capacity on Roby, tunneling between Almond and Kennard will grade separate transit from 10 intersections at the surface in under a kilometer, zipping transit beneath surface traffic. Twin-bore tunnels within the existing right-of-way removes the cost of property acquisition and leaves 12 to 15 meters below the surface to minimize impacts to mature trees and underground utilities. Please put the remainder of property acquisition funds for Roby on the budget adjustment list so it can be reallocated to more pressing matters in the present. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hammer. You have a question from Deputy Mayor Cottle, if you would allow. Thank you.
Good morning, Ben. You mentioned that southbound traffic is low. I'm just wondering if you can elaborate on that and provide a source.
The staff report that looks at widening Roby has a graph that indicates the hourly vehicle volume in each direction. Through most of the day, northbound traffic volumes are roughly double southbound traffic volumes. A lot of that has to do with buses or vehicles using Roby to go northbound to the bridge, but coming off the bridge, you can't turn left onto Roby. So that's part of the imbalance. But the hourly vehicle counts, I'm not sure what year they're from, but they're in a staff report dated from 2025.
All right, thank you, Ben.
Thank you very much. Ben, Mr. Hammer, would you mind sharing that by email with the councilors? That was a lot of information.
Sure.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jerry Post. Welcome, Jerry.
That all fits. Good morning, Madam Chair, Your Worship, and members of council, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this morning. I truly appreciate these budget deliberations and the transparency you have provided throughout the process. It's quite impressive. I'm here to raise serious concerns about certain snow clearing budget options that, if implemented, would create significant barriers, not only for people like myself who use a wheelchair, but for seniors and, of course, families with strollers and what have you. And as many of you know, according to Stats Canada, 37% of our population has at least one form of a disability. We're the highest in Canada. One of the reasons is we're also the oldest population. And if you're a senior, like myself, things start to break down, you're 50% likely to have a disability, according to Stats Canada. Over the past several years, this council has made some very impressive and meaningful progress on accessibility. It's no longer an afterthought. It has become part of the DNA of many of your business units. Initiatives such as the Accessible Taxi Service, the designation of Cogswell as a Rick Hansen Gold Zone, the voluntary Vulnerable Persons Registry, the curb cut improvements that continue almost every day, and of course the wonderful, fully accessible pool that you have at the Commons, which, by the way, is Rick Hansen Gold certified. Many of my friends refer to it as the WAG North. I'm very proud of our city, obviously, for all the improvements you've made. I have highlighted Halifax's accessibility leadership many times in presentations, nationally and internationally. And I know that Rick Hansen has done the same. He's very proud of what you've accomplished. Unfortunately, the current budget proposal and some of the options floated in Brad Angwich's February 28th budget memo, which is item number 6, I guess, this would significantly roll back some of these hard-won gains that we've had over the years. And in fact, they would undermine, if not extinguish, the moving better priority of City Council that you have in your strategic plan. Specifically, I'm referring to the proposal to revert residential snow clearance back to the property ownerships, and for the proposal to lower snow clearing standard as bus stops from 24 to 48 hours. Taken together, these measures would effectively imprison people like myself in my home during the winter months. I no longer drive. I depend on a clear sidewalk and transit to get around the city. So for seniors and persons with disabilities, these changes are not just inconveniences, they are barriers that prevent us from participating in community life. They directly contradict Council's strategic plan and call into question its relevance if these outcomes that you're proposing in the budget are implemented. Over the past few nights, I've been thinking about this a lot. And this vision appeared the other day of seniors climbing over snowbanks and sliding, and I can see my mother doing that, rock guest or so, and some of them sliding under the bus. So please, have consideration for our seniors, and I urge you not to undo the tremendous progress that you've made, and I'd just like to thank you for this opportunity. And again, please do not throw Grammy under the bus. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Post, Jerry. Always nice to see you. And our next, there are no questions for you, so our next speaker is Julia Sable, and then Paul Card, and then Sebastian LaBelle. Welcome, Ms. Sable.
Thank you, and good morning, Madam Speaker, Mayor Fillmore, councillors. It's an honor to speak with you briefly today. My name is Julia Sable, as I was just introduced, and I'm here only in my personal capacity today, strictly as a resident of HRM, not my professional capacity. There are 2 issues I want to touch on, and both of them are related to my strong belief in the importance of fighting climate change. First, briefly, the Mill Cove Ferry. I understand that some council members are concerned about the cost of this ferry. It's understandable, and they're looking for ways to reduce the cost, but I urge you not to compromise the commitment to making this an all-electric vehicle. I was speaking with one of Canada's leading experts on electric ferries yesterday, Dr. Sue Malloy, and she confirmed some things that I thought, that a hybrid ferry will likely be more expensive both to build and to maintain because you have to have 2 systems on board the ferry. She had many creative solutions for how to engage in both an environmentally responsible and fiscally conservative way. And I really urge you, she offered to talk to any of you who are interested. She's an incredible resource. I really encourage you to take her up on that. I'd be happy to put you in touch. Second, I understand that the funding for Halifax is being considered through this budget process, and there's a proposal to cut the funding by 1/3. Again, I fully understand that you want to keep life affordable for residents of HRM, and I appreciate that as a resident. But I really strongly believe that defunding climate work is the wrong place to look for these savings. These measures are meant to save us money now and in the future, and also to protect our safety and our way of life. So on affordability, for example, my husband and I installed solar panels on our home with help from Solar City, and we installed a heat pump with the help of other government incentives. These are the best things that we've done in the last few years to help our household affordability. You know, the last 2 power bills I've had from Nova Scotia Power have been 0. And that is significant for our household. I know under Halifax there are programs that help to support upgrades like this to other residents' homes. And also all the efforts that you're making to increase the energy efficiency and reduce energy usage in your own buildings in HRM are important for HRM's operations as well as greenhouse gas emissions. Let me take a second to talk about safety. So I'm a homeowner in Armdale, and one of my main concerns is the impact of fire and storms and floods on my property. Halifax is the city's plan to help us prepare for these, including how to build back better after disasters, plan resilient communities, and then work with residents even at a community level to help us think about climate adaptation. You've probably heard the stat by now that $1 invested in climate adaptation can yield up to $13 to $15 in future savings. So I would rather pay $100 more in property tax next year than $1,500 more over in the coming years. So please don't ignore this truth. We need this investment to save millions of dollars in damages in the future. And these figures are real because I've seen them in your own reports about how much recent disasters have cost Halifax. So finally, this is closest to my heart and honestly even more important to me than saving money. I want my children to have a livable planet and a livable city to grow up in. They're now 6 and 8 years old. I want them to be able to play outside in clean air that's not choked by wildfire smoke. I want them to be able to walk in the forest in our backyard so it's not closed by drought. I want them to be able to swim in our lakes that aren't clogged by toxic algae. My husband and I always walk and bike the kids to school because we're trying to instill good lifelong habits in them. And also this reduces traffic congestion, but I need them to live in a city that has safe bike infrastructure. And I really want to emphasize safe because I live on Purcell's Cove Road and I love biking, but biking on a painted like a painted line bike lane is not safe. And I often feel extremely scared when I'm biking down Purcell's Cove Road, as well as in some of the other places where the bike infrastructure is not fully maintained. As parents, my husband and I are doing all we can for our children's present and future, but we also need you as counselors to do the same. Please don't turn your backs on them and the other children of HRM. Maybe you think a single cut this year won't impact Halifax, but I can't believe that losing a third of funding won't have an impact, and it will open that cut to more future cuts. Please stay strong in this issue and send a message that you care about protecting our youth and protecting our earth, keeping costs down, and keeping HRM residents safe. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. I see no questions for you, so thank you. Our next speaker is Paul Card, and then Sebastian LaBelle, and then Sarah Coffin. Welcome, Mr. Card.
I want to talk to you today about a recent decision you've made about delaying or looking at delaying the Halifax Forum redevelopment project and the impact it will have. Specifically, I'm going to address the Yonge Street district and the Yonge Street future growth node. Not that you missed something, but there is a real big concern outside of all the other issues I have with a delay of the project is the Forum, its community space, its green space, its cultural space is all part of the future growth node, the Yonge Street future growth node in the Yonge district, which, as you all know, is now planned for upward of, I think it's 12,000 units over the next few years. There is no place in the current plan for any green space, recreational space, cultural space, anything related to the community. You delay this, you're also impacting all the work you've done under Center Plan and the future, the largest, the fastest growing area in HRM has to be that district. Every time I turn around, there's another high rise. I'm not against that. I thought it was a beautiful plan put together, but one thing the plan clearly said, the Center Plan The reports you've got on Halifax redevelop, the form redevelopment said there is not enough community space, green space in that area. In fact, one report said there's none within the guidelines of a walking distance. So your impact of making that decision and delaying it has broader impacts than just the form. And entertaining that has even more significant. If I move away from the form for a second, the mayor made no bones about this is just one step. The next step is planned is stopping the project. So not only is a delay of project to give the mayor and any other councillors that are concerned with it, I suppose, that to lobby again for canceling it. You cancel it. There's been 7 reports, every single report that had went in front of this council like this, and there's been 5 of them, you voted in favor of the report. You've debated it, you've argued, a few of you have yelled a few times. I've seen the debates. It's not something that's extra. It's not something that wow, it'd be nice to have. This is a facility that in your term is going to close down whether you do anything or not, because it's crumbling. The board, and I'm chair of the board, cannot patch it up anymore. It's going to close. And when it does, the impact will spiral. It will spiral from rinks. You know the situation, how desperate the rink situation is. You know how community and cultural and green space and how important that is, serving that area. You take the form out of that, out of that area, and you're doing a disservice not just to the municipality, but to the residents of the North End. There's no other place like that area, and how it's been used has been there since 1927, and it's been well used. Yes, it's expensive. Yes, I understand your deliberations. Yes, I understand the problem. Yes, I understand you're looking for money. But to stop this project, you know how, what is the old adage? If I had 4 hours to cut down a tree, I'd spend the first 3 sharpening my axe. The plan that you put in place is most of the work. The construction work that's going to happen over the next couple of years, when you get to it, is you're 3/4 of the way down the project. What I'm suggesting to you is just think of it broadly. Think of what the impact is, and all the other things that it's related to when you pull it back. The last comment I would make is release the report. A report went to you on December 9th, a staff report about the site design and development. And I find it hard to believe there was anything. The debate may have been needed to be in camera, but certainly the report didn't. Release it so the public can see what they're talking about when you're debating it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Card. Our next speaker is Sebastian LaBelle, and then Sarah Coffin, and that would complete the list of speakers who registered in advance. Welcome, Mr. LaBelle.
Good morning, thank you, and happy African Heritage Month to everyone. My name is Sebastian LaBelle. I am here speaking on behalf of the Greater Halifax Arts Coalition, or GHAC, and also as the Artistic Director for Mayworks Kjipuktuk Halifax. Mayworks is an annual presenter of multidisciplinary arts with a focus on workers' rights and social justice. The Greater Halifax Arts Coalition includes professional arts organizations across disciplines in the performing and visual arts, engaging and serving our many communities by engaging audiences, spectators, participants, and learners from across HRM. I'm here on behalf of these organizations to express our deep concern about the considered 10% cut to professional arts funding. Cuts that, while proportionally quite small in the scope of the whole budget, would have very detrimental impacts on artists, arts organizations, and community programs. If applied to the grants to professional arts organizations, a 10% cut would translate to approximately $81,000 in budget reduction for project grants. It's really not worth writing home about in terms of savings in the budget. But for the arts sector, losing even that much would cut deep into the small amounts of investments we have available to us. It would result in limiting opportunities for both emerging and established artists, preventing them from finding financial security in their career paths and doing what they love doing, making HRM an exciting place to live in. The arts sector continues to be perceived as something nice to put money into if we can afford it. But the arts are not a luxury good. They are a fundamental asset to our city and to any community. And to amplify the return from the arts, we need first to invest. It's been demonstrated time and again that the arts contribute to community well-being, education, tourism, and economic development. Every dollar invested in arts returns value to Halifax, supporting jobs, local businesses, and cultural vibrancy. Last year's Artworks national study on the economic and social dividends from Canada's arts and culture sector demonstrated very clearly that the arts and culture sector is one of the most important economic drivers in Canada. According to Statistics Canada's cultural satellite account, culture accounts for more than 14,000 jobs in Nova Scotia, employing more people than farming, fishing, and forestry combined. And we know that a lot of those are located and concentrated in urban areas such as HRM. In the most recent Arts Vibrancy Index, Halifax ranked number 4 out of 22 metropolitan areas in the census, indicating the impact of the arts sector on a place's economic growth. Meanwhile, Halifax is trailing behind with respect to per capita investment in the arts. We haven't even achieved our own funding goals set in 2017. Imagine what we could achieve with adequate investment. And those are the economic impacts alone. More and more attention is being brought to the qualitative impacts of the arts in a community, bringing people together into public spaces, fostering social engagement, training our capacity to reflect on meaning, our capacity to exercise thinking, what does this mean? Understanding others, ourselves, and our relationship between each other and the world at large. In a world that is where deepening division and entrenched ideologies are growing, which are both fueled by social isolation, the arts are an essential antidote. The arts create social cohesion by allowing us to recognize what makes us, us. And the larger and more diverse the arts sector, the broader and more diverse becomes the understanding of what is us and not them. We need to stop treating the arts like an expense and start properly understanding them as an investment that yields strong returns. It's been well demonstrated that art spaces increases the commercial value of areas and increases potential for property tax revenue. We also need to include expense reduction in our calculations, like the reduced pressure on policing services as a result of increased social cohesion and community well-being. Artists, being creative, are known for their ability to stretch a dollar. And the Arts Vibrancy Index I mentioned earlier shows that we're really good at that here in Halifax. But a dollar can only stretch so far. At a certain point, we do need investment to make things happen. A 10% cut to arts programs is clearly an example of minimum gain for maximum pain. Any consideration of cuts to the arts should be crossed out without hesitation. What should be done is the attainment of HRM's investment goals set in 2017 following recommendations from the Halifax Arts Advisory Council, which was to add $500,000 to arts programs funding over 3 years. 8 years later, we're still $50,000 short of that goal. At a minimum, HRM
Mr.
Council should be
LaBelle?
allocating...
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Sir, you are out of time, but if you would just like to conclude with a sentence.
Sure thing. So I encourage Council to meet those objectives and also consider reestablishing the Halifax Advisory Council. On a final note, I'd just like to say that I encourage you all to look at what's happening here in HRM and take a chance to go check something out. Gallery exhibition, contemporary dance show, concert. Maybe go beyond what would normally be your default venue or discipline. Take a chance maybe to lean in on what might seem weird to you.
You're a little bit past 2 sentences.
Critics agree.
To conclude.
It's exciting.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. LaBelle. I see no questions for you, sir, but thank you. Oh, Councillor White, you have a question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Sebastian. I just wanted to learn a little bit more about this 2017 Arts Coalition because I'm new and I'm not familiar with that. And what was the goal? What happened and when was it cut? Or...
It was it wasn't cut, it just wasn't achieved. So in 2017, following collaboration with the Halifax Advisory Committee, Halifax Council agreed to a 3-year plan where $500,000 would be added over 3 years to the budget for professional arts grants. And 8 years later, we're still $50,000 short of that objective. So what I'm requesting is that council meet that final kind of goalpost, even though we're 5 years later. So that wouldn't account for the 5 years of inflation since that time. But at a minimum, if we achieve that goal, that over 8 years rather than 3, that we add $500,000 to the budget, only $50,000 now remaining.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. LaBelle. And our next speaker is Sarah Coffin. Welcome, Ms. Coffin.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Coffin, and I'm here to echo some of the comments from my colleague. I'm also part of the Greater Halifax Arts Coalition, and I'm one of the co-artistic directors of Motion Dance. And I'm here individually and representing the group to express our concern about the proposed 10% cut in departments across HRM, which would include the municipal arts funding. Reduction threatens artists, organizations, and community programs, despite being such a small part of Halifax budgets. As Sebastian laid out, this cut would mean $81,000 approximately less for grants to professional arts organizations, limiting opportunities for projects, programs, emerging artists, established artists. Some of this project funding goes to like free program happening at the Central Library, or Wonderneath Art Society, who does their mobile arts market in the summer, where they travel to different farmers market and bring art opportunities right into the communities themselves. So arts programs can contribute to community well-being, education, tourism, and economic development. And the cuts reduce access to arts for all residents and harm HRM's cultural life. But to give you a little further in-depth facts about the depth of impact the arts has on Halifax, I wanted to bring this opportunity forward and give a little education. In the Greater Halifax Arts Coalition, we're a 30 ad hoc group, 30 non-profit performing arts organizations in music, dance, theater, visual arts. And did you know that we generate $23 million in revenue collectively for HRM? That's what we bring forward. We perform for 300,000 people annually, and we attract another $8.8 million in investment from the other levels of government to our city directly. In Nova Scotia, $1 invested equals a $6 return in the arts and culture sector. And in the provincial GDP, the arts and culture sector contributes $1 billion to the GPT. And we can all know that about 80% of these arts organizations are here in the urban center in the HRM. So investing in arts and culture is for social well-being, but also has economic benefits. So when you're considering the budget makeup this season, we ask that you maintain the current funding levels to ensure that these programs continue. Invest in arts programs as a long-term social benefit and long-term economic benefit. And to engage with the arts organizations before implementing any kind of cuts. We're here, we want to be your allies. We want to work to keep bringing vibrancy to Halifax. That's what makes it attractive. And again, this benchmark of the 2017 goal of adding $500,000 to the budget, we're $50,000 short and 8 years later. But to consider these investments will only return to a greater social impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sarah, appreciate that. We don't have any counselors asking for questions, so we appreciate you being here. Thank you. That concludes the list of registered speakers. And so now I will ask if there, for 3 times, if there's anyone from the gallery that would wish to speak. And the rules say to please state your name.
Hello, my name is Matt Stickland. I'm a resident
Welcome
of District
back.
2. Oh, sorry. I just started there. Resident of District 2, and I'm talking to you today because I am very quickly losing hope in the future. My passion, as you may know, is public accountability, so I want to gently push back on 3 things that have been said in this chamber over the budget season, and I'm going to end my presentation with an a sustainable under of $130 million a year that you are going to say no to because you do not have the political will of your convictions. The first thing I would like to push back on is the fact that it was suggested that an electric ferry would be more expensive than a diesel ferry. And I would suggest to you the city has 2 budgets, a capital budget and an operational budget. Electric vehicles are more on the capital budget, but in order for ships to go through the water, they need to use energy to turn a big propeller, and that takes energy. An electric vehicle, when the sun goes down, it burns its energy, and then when the sun comes up, it gets its energy for free, reducing your operational expenses. Now, when I was in the Navy, I don't know what the fuel tank capacity would be on a ferry, but when I was in the Navy, filling a Canadian frigate cost $50,000 a tank. How many times do you got to fill up a diesel boat before you blow past whatever you spent on your capital budget? Penny wise, pound foolish. It's the name of the game of this council as far as I'm concerned. Second, there was a suggestion from the Canadian Federation of Municipalities made from a councillor here that Canadian cities only get 10% of tax dollars. Fair enough. How much spending do you do? Less than 1%. Federal budgets, provincial budgets make up 98% of public spending. Why is 10% of tax dollars not enough for 1% of spending? Is it possible it's because we built out thousands of kilometers of infrastructure that require $1.2 million per kilometer of maintenance? That number, by the way, is going up every year, and we're getting less for it. Now, it was mentioned that our staff reports say, oh, there's no fiscal risk for these suburban developments, and that's true, because all the capital costs for the development are paid by the developer. No financial risk. Are there any operating costs for roads? For the amount that you're cutting on bike lane or proposing to cut on bike lanes, you could not pave 625 meters of road and save the same amount of money. There's 650 meters of road we could not pave this year instead? Probably. And the third thing I want to push back on is the fact that there was the suggestion that not investing in the Mill Cove Ferry would be ruining our kids' future. And I do agree that that was not a fair statement. Investing or not investing in the Mill Cove Ferry is not the decision made at this table that is killing our kids' future, literally or figuratively. 3 kids last year don't have a future at all anymore, thanks to publicly subsidized deaths. We spent money on public transportation systems we knew were going to kill children. 3 children died. They're gone forever. You are subsidizing our roads to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars a year, and in return, we're getting congestion, we're getting a less livable planet, and we're getting dead kids. That is not acceptable. It's not acceptable. Transit and roads have a similar capital and operating expense. Transit, because when people choose transit, they reduce congestion, they reduce emissions, and they increase road safety. We charge them a special tax for their bus stop. By the way, we're charging people a special tax for our bus stop, and one of the proposed cuts is we reduce the snow clearing standards for something people pay a special tax for? What? Anyways, because cost recovery is important for people who are doing the right thing, we charge people an area rate for local infrastructure that only benefits them, and we charge them a per-use fee. I am suggesting to you, if your values are as strong to you as they say you are, as you say they are, you will put an area rate of $1,080 on every single local unit that is connected to a local road. Is $1,080 too much to pay for transportation? Maybe. If so, lower your monthly transit fares, because that's how much they cost. Fun fact, do you know what a monthly transit fare and my semi-monthly property tax payment have in common? They're both $90. I pay $2,000 in taxes. Someone who takes the bus every month of the year pays half as much to city coffers for just their transportation as I do for my whole property tax budget. Anyways, if you're serious about fiscal sustainability, if you're serious about your stated goals and strategic plans, the thing you will do throughout these budget processes is you will treat transit and automotive infrastructure the same. If transit has local area rates and user fees that are high and recovering $75 million a year, then so too should automotive infrastructure. If automotive infrastructure gets a free pass, then so too should transit. Until then, you don't actually believe in equity according to your budget. Thank you very much. I would like some hope in the future, please.
Thank you, Mr. Stickland. For the second time, is there anyone from the gallery that would wish to speak? For the third and final time, is there anyone from the gallery that would wish to speak? Well, to all our speakers, we thank you very much for coming out and making the time to share your thoughts with us. We appreciate it. 26-27 Operations Business Units, Budget and Business Plan. And we will have an introduction by Brad Anguish, our CAO, and Jacqueline Hamilton, our Commissioner of Operations. Welcome to you both, too.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Budget Committee. Acting CAO Brad Anguish, here to kick off the 26-27 operating budget presentations, or as the not so cool kids might say now, the 26-7 budget debate. My daughter put a Labubu on the windshield of my car. So that's, anyways, it's all good. I try to stay relevant as a father. Okay. So if you will, I'm going to take a few moments to set the table and the process for this year's debate, as there are some tweaks and some important pieces of the debate that everyone understands. So please bear with me. So I think it's important to say, how did we get here? So on July 8th, we started the process with the options and considerations report for the 26-27 budget. That set the foundation of how the budget was to be built. Your direction was to come back with a flat service level. Thank you for that quick start. This is my 24th year of budgets. That's the quickest start I think we've ever had. So that was great. July 10th, we came to you with the reserve funding strategy, which was approved. August 7th, we came to you with the 26 to 2030 strategic plan. That was approved, and you will see during the presentations how business unit deliverables link to the strategic plan. November 19th and 21st, we got the further budget direction, specific budget direction, which I'll go through in a second, but essentially, we came back and proposed a 10.5% flat service level tax increase, and that was in response to holding the service levels flat. During that time, Council also reviewed a number of service enhancements, which I'll review in a second, which then increased the potential tax bill amount to 10.9%. We also received direction to go forth and do further reductions. December 9th, as you know, we came with the capital program update, and our advanced tenders were approved. And then, of course, last week, thank you very much, the first year of our capital plan was approved, and we have been given direction to return with years 2 through 4. So that's where we are. So the budget direction that we received on November 19th, we were to prepare options to reduce the 26-27 budget. You can see the categories there: reducing services, looking at contribution agreements and grants, proposing fines and fee increases, analyzing service levels, reviewing previous council decisions that have not yet been operationalized, including from 25-26. Part of the reason for number 5 was, of course, last year council took one-time funding, a significant amount of one-time funding, and purchased recurring services, which then, of course, has put pressure in trying to balance this year's budget. So that's why we looked at coming back and reviewing any 25-26 decisions. So we have done all this. The key piece I want to highlight here is its options. I'll speak specifically to how we've categorized these options in a minute, but it's very important that these are options and they're not portrayed as straight up recommendations from staff, because they need further vetting and review by council. So options we have done, essentially we've got nearing 100 options to bring to council, but I'll show you how in a second how we've tried to streamline that so that's not an endless debate on each and every option. We were also given direction to provide a briefing note for an under budget adjustment on the budget adjustment list. We were to look at a briefing note for a 10% cut to program grants. That will come with the fiscal presentation on February 18th. That's when the staff, the appropriate staff are there and available to you to discuss it. There was a briefing note required on freezing contribution agreements. That will also come during the fiscal debate. And reducing the strategic infrastructure and climate funding by 1/3. That will also come during the fiscal debate. And the cost benefit of a hiring freeze, that will come during the HR piece on February the 18th. You had also asked for a briefing note on development fees. That's here today, of course, because we've got the P&D team is up to bat, the planning and development team. So we're basically timing the briefing notes to come when the experts are there for your access. So the current status of the budget, just a quick review. So we've been using the term baked in. So when you approved the service enhancements on, and by the way, you didn't approve all of them, but the service enhancements you did approve, they're listed there on the slide. So risk reserve funding of $3 million, RCMP resource request of 2 positions, community safety, I won't go through them all. So they have all of these increases and reductions, because there's a Wi-Fi, it's not a sci-fi, a Wi-Fi reduction of $450,000. They've been baked in. So in other words, they're in the numbers that the business units will be presenting to you in their budgets. That's their starting point. So therefore, we are starting. All budgets are starting with a very clear line of that is the number that adds to 10.9% before you take any reductions. And of course, the draft budget books were published on January 21st. So that's what you have before you. That's the 10.9. I refer to it as the starting point. Just quickly, I don't want to dive into this too deep, but just a quick reminder on the tax bill, how it appears and how it's calculated. So essentially, the average single-family home increased from 300 through assessment to 338,500 to 357,500. So looking at that and using the 10.9 increase to that tax bill, it equals $283. 147 of that $283 is due to the lift, or the average taxable assessment increase. Another $136 relates to the additional funding required to balance our budget to 10.9%, if that's where we land. As you can see, the walk down there, essentially that adds to $283 on the average single-family home municipal tax bill. By the way, you'll look at the rates, that's for somebody who's in the urban general rate, near local transit, and of course everybody's subject to the Strategic Infrastructure and Climate Fund. So let's just build on that a little bit. It's always good to remember that's not the total tax bill that people get from HRM. So beyond that, we have to collect mandatory rates from other entities, Province of Nova Scotia, Halifax Water, HRCE. Those collected funds are net zero, as they are 100% transferred to the organizations that levy them, or we levy on their behalf. And so what we've done here is just shown that the impact to the tax bill for that same average home of what the total mandatory tax would look like. And as you can see, it adds another $1,205 to their tax bill, bringing it to about $4,094 for a total increase year over year of $320, or 8.5%. And so basically mandatory education makes up 25% of the total residential tax bill. Always important to remember. Gets confusing at times. All right, so what are we doing about reductions? Let's start first with FTEs. That's a lot of discussion about FTEs. you see the last 3 years, and then of course this year. I refer to this as the Jacques Dubé, Cathy O'Toole, Brad Anguish chart. I take no credit. Look, I'm humbled by the actions of all teams and all stakeholders. Everybody has participated hard in this process to try and deal with what has been deemed the affordability crisis. We've tried to basically leave no stone unturned. So essentially what's happened here is this year we're proposing a net of 14.3 new FTEs. Net being we've got new offset by deleting positions. Okay? Each business unit, as they come in, they will walk you down their FTE count. And so feel free to ask some questions. You'll see what they're proposing to add. You'll see what they're proposing to delete. And then they'll also have what I'll call the green, yellow, red options that I'll talk about in a second. But I do want to thank the leadership team and staff for their efforts in getting this to this level. I think it's also important to understand what we've done to maintain efficient staff levels. So myself and the leadership team, we've built upon some of the past practices in the last few months. So we have implemented a vacancy governance policy that provides clear, transparent guidelines and timelines for managing vacancies efficiently. Of course, with any organization, you have vacancies. They happen for a variety of reasons. Could be retirement, could be departure, or just turnover in positions, transfers. It takes time to refill those positions. That creates a budget surplus. And so it's very important that when this is done on large numbers across the organization, that adds up to big numbers, and that is managed very clearly and efficiently. So we've implemented a policy to deal with that. Vacancy budgeting remains the practice of HRM. As you're aware, each business unit sets a vacancy budget based on what they believe they'll see as their vacancy surplus. In other words, as a result of turnover in their organization, they set a vacancy budget. That budget is used to offset costs elsewhere in their business unit. Okay, so that continues. And I think roughly, I don't have the number at my hand, I think it's just over $20 million across the corporation. What we also implemented with the strategic leadership team is non-union hiring. All non-union hiring now requires additional justification and executive approval. So essentially, we're trying to keep an eye on, so we're basically filling frontline positions quickly, because that's where the impact is on the street, and we have approved budget. In terms of most of the non-union, that tends to be more at the leadership levels in the organization, supervisor, manager, director, executive director. Those are all going for executive approval, review and executive approval before it's put to the street. Further, all new positions must have identified funding to mitigate budget impacts. So we're basically trying to get this to a point where if some organization wants to do a reorganization, they have to identify the funding offsets or a net zero impact on FTEs. We are also continuing the practice of 4-year resource plans. That's not new. And of course, going forward, Council has asked for municipal service reviews. And to that, I'm pleased to advise that the reviews process that you approved has been, the RFP has been put to the street. It will close in February, hopefully be awarded and awarded the contract in March, and we'll be back to you in time for next budget season with the findings from the first service review process. On to the budget reductions. As I said, there's close to 100, so we had to come up with a process. I don't think for a second you wanted to review 100 briefing notes or debate them. So what we've done is we've grouped them into 3 types of reductions. We'll call them staff recommended reductions, or what I call low-hanging fruit. You come up with a name. Essentially, these tend to be reductions that have low or no service impact. Most of them are right-sizing or reducing discretionary spending. There were 47 options here with an estimated savings of $3 million. So I'll talk about how that's being handled in your reports in a second. Then you have what we call reductions for consideration. These are options. We've put yellow to these as a way of talking about it quickly within staff. So seeking these ones definitely need to be reviewed by council. They do have service implications. Briefing notes have been prepared for each of them and are attached to each business unit's budget as it comes forward. There are 31 of those options across the organization right now. Approximately, this is still a work in progress, with estimated savings of about $20 million. And then we have what we've dubbed reductions not recommended. These tend to be significant service level reductions, significant financial implications, or basically run opposite of recent council direction. There are a number of them. They tend to be bigger in nature, and so we'll get into that. So, for instance, an example here, and I'm not picking on any particular one. So, for instance, the food program. We just received clear direction from council has to advance that last year. So it's in the red category. Okay? I'll speak to the categories in a second, further to how they're handled. So, green. We've summarized the green reductions in your council report. You would have seen by business unit, you would see a high-level summary of those green reductions. Basically, when you pass, if you pass the recommended motion for each business unit, these automatically will then be included, okay? However, you can amend them. So if you see or hear something that is a green item or a just do it item as staff, and you say, I'm not so sure about that one, I'd like to pull it out, please do, okay? That can be amended. We're just trying to work efficiently. So there are no briefing notes with green reductions, but they are listed in each presentation. Then you get the reductions for consideration there we've called yellow. Those, you have the briefing notes. Like always, you can take that briefing note and move it to the BAL for further consideration, further information, whatever you would like to do. And BAL being on March 4th, okay? And then, or you can pass a motion to quote unquote bake it in, push it right into the budget. If council's locked in on it and you just want to make it happen, we can do that as well. Doesn't need to go to the BAL. We can just add it directly to that motion when that business unit budget's passed. Then we got the recommendations we call not recommended. They will require a motion. These can be motioned to the BAL and will return with a briefing note. So you do not have briefing notes on these. Again, we're trying to be efficient in our process with the use of staff time and generating notes only where we felt there was, and again, this is a gut decision. So what I ask is please don't debate the color or the categorization. Okay, I'm worried that that'll happen. Please don't. Just take the item and do what you want with it. Like I said, we had to come up with a way of getting our administration efficient. And so I hope you will appreciate that because again, staff worked hard to generate a lot of options for you to consider. Finally, of course, as always, council can initiate anything additional, be they reductions or overs that we haven't seen or put in our suggestions. And again, these can be motioned to the BAL and returned with a briefing note. So hopefully that's, sorry, it's anyways, hopefully you understood that. By all means, ask questions at any time throughout the debate. So it's probably worth then to just kind of review a little bit where we are, because everybody always wants to know where are we with this. So I think it was the mayor and the deputy mayor were talking about the ticker. So we will have a ticker going throughout the debate so you can understand the impacts of your decisions, what the cost savings are to the tax rate, and walking it down. So we will keep that going for you at all times, sum up at the end of each day. But to start off today, I just want to highlight, because subsequent to, as you know, staff briefed you only a few weeks back on a pension decision. The pension committee has recommended reducing pension contributions. That has been announced to employees. And so employee and employer contributions are to be reduced by 2%. This reduction will save the municipality $8 million annually, and the impact to the 26-27 budget is a $6 million reduction because it only goes effect, I think, end of June, if I remember correctly. And so this reduction brings us down to a starting point from 10.9 to 10.2%. Then if we look at the green reductions, essentially if they're all swept in, that would take you to 9.8%. Then we get into yellow. Now we're into the real unknown zone, but the impact of yellow, $20 million of yellow combined with the green might drop it closer to 7.5%. And then with great hesitation, I tell you what the flat tax rate is required would be a 40.7 million of total reduction. Okay. I'm not suggesting that's a goal. I'm just getting that question out of the way early because I'm sure that will be asked. So, so with that, what are the next steps? Next steps. So today and through to Friday, all the operations teams, 6 of them, will present. Everybody except Transit, as you know, there is a TSC on Monday where Transit will, Transportation Standing Committee on Monday where Transit will present its core service review along with its micro-transit proposals. It was felt by the Transportation Standing Committee this would impact their budget or at least help with the debate. I believe all councillors are invited to that meeting, and certainly then Transit will present next week ahead of the public safety cluster of business units on February 11th to the 13th. On February 18th and 19th, that's when the corporate services presentations happen, as well as library, fiscal services, auditor general, and mayor's office. And then on March 4th and 6th, that is the budget adjustment list. And just if you're keeping score, there's 12 BAL items already waiting there, 8 capital and 4 from the service enhancement debate. And just as a quick reminder, because I know this is coming up. Oh, do I have it? I don't think I have it. Sorry. So just on those 4 items, remember that would be the 20 firefighters, for example, that was pushed through to the BAL. So it's that briefing note will be there on the 4th. The 7 RCMP officers that were not put through as a service enhancement, that debate will happen on the 4th. And there's 2 more, Halifax Transit and their security option, and then there's 1 more. So there's 4 of those service enhancements that got pushed through to the BAL, plus the 8 capital items that you approved last week. As well, it's our goal to try and bring back years 2 to 4 of the capital plan balanced for you. I put a question mark there. We're striving to meet that goal. You've given us a lofty target to meet, and we'll keep you advised as to that. And then finally, our goal, as council wanted to have happen, is to have the budget ratified before the end of the fiscal year. We've kind of left it to, we've used the most efficient use of time. It's March 31st, so not a day to spare. So with that, I'll pause, Madam Chair. Hopefully that sets the table for Jacqueline's team to start rolling, but I'll certainly pause and take any questions or clarifications that are required.
I'm just giving members of council a moment to see if they have any questions of clarification for you, Brad. And I don't see any. It's just about quarter. How about we take the morning break before we start the business unit presentations, and we'll come back at 11 o'clock. Thank you. So thank you and welcome back. Just in terms of process, what we're going to do is we're going to have the motion read. Deputy Mayor Cuddle is going to read the motion, and then we will do the presentations, each business unit one at a time, and we will focus our questions on the business unit one at a time as we go forward. So, Deputy Mayor, I appreciate you putting the motion on the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I move that the Budget Committee direct the Chief Administrative Officer to 1. Incorporate the Major Projects Office proposed 26-27 budget and business plan as set out and discussed in the accompanying plan and supporting presentation, including the changes outlined in Table 1 of the staff report dated January 28th, 2026, into the draft 26-27 operating budget. 2. Incorporate the Strategic Infrastructure and Transportation Planning proposed 26-27 budget and business plan as set out and discussed in the accompanying plan and supporting presentation, including the changes outlined in Table 1 of the staff report dated January 28th, 2026, into the draft 26-27 operating budget. 3. Incorporate the Public Works proposed 26-27 budget and business plan as set out and discussed in the accompanying plan and supporting presentation, including the changes outlined in Table 1 of the staff report dated January 28th, 2026, into the draft 2026-27 operating budget. 4. Incorporate the Parks and Recreation proposed 2026-27 budget and business plan as set out and discussed in the accompanying plan and supporting presentation, including the changes outlined in Table 1 of the staff report dated January 28th, 2026, into the draft 26-27 operating budget. 5. Incorporate the Planning and Development proposed 26-27 budget and business plan as set out and discussed in the accompanying plan and supporting presentation, including changes outlined in Table 1 of the staff report dated January 28th, 2026, into the draft 26-27 operating budget. And 6. Incorporate the Property, Fleet, and Environment proposed 26-27 budget and business plan as set out and discussed in the accompanying plan and supporting presentation, including the changes outlined in Table 1 of the staff report dated January 28th, 2026, into the draft 26-27 operating budget.
Seconded by Councillor Steele. Thank you. And now we will go to Jacqueline.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Budget Committee. I'm Jacqueline Hamilton, Commissioner of Operations, and I'm pleased to be here with my leadership team as we kick off this year's budget debate on the operations budget. I'll also introduce Tracy Dixon, who's my coordinator that's helping me navigate the slide deck today. So my intent this morning is to provide you with some brief context on the operations portfolio, the environment that we're currently operating in, and some of the key priorities that are shaping our budget for this year. Operations delivers services that residents rely on really every day. Our portfolio includes the offices of major projects and strategic infrastructure and transportation planning, along with the 5 major business units that you see on screen. Together, our teams represent the municipality's frontline operations. We account for about a quarter of the municipality's budget at $313 million. We maintain streets, parks, facilities, and transit systems. We plan for growth and deliver much of HRM's capital budget and play a central role in building and maintaining our municipality. Across operations, we have approximately 2,400 employees, And these teams play an important role in delivering complex transformational projects while keeping services running day in and day out. As you'll hear throughout the week, operations teams have worked hard to find efficiencies, manage cost pressures, and hold the line on operating budgets wherever possible. The recommended 2026-2027 operations budget represents a 3.8% overall increase over last year, 8 net new positions, which is down from the 48 that were originally requested, and just under $2 million of Just Do It reductions, along with many other options for reductions for council's consideration. This hasn't been easy, particularly in this environment, but there's been a strong, coordinated effort across our teams to deliver value for residents while maintaining service levels wherever possible. So over the course of the week, you're going to hear presentations from 6 of our operational services on their work plans, budgets, and service reductions, with Halifax Transit, as you know, presenting on February 11th. After each of the service presentations, we will be inviting feedback and questions from members of Budget Committee. And before turning it over to my team, I just want to spend a few more minutes on some of the broader issues and priorities that are shaping our budget. So first and foremost is growth. Halifax has added more than 100,000 residents in the last decade alone. While the pace of growth is beginning to moderate, the impacts of growth are real and ongoing. Transportation networks, parks, housing-related infrastructure, and municipal facilities are all under increasing pressure. Even as growth slows, the need to service that growth continues, and in many cases, we're seeing that intensify. At the same time, operations are delivering services in an increasingly fiscally constrained environment. We're facing rising construction and material costs, ongoing labor shortages, and recruitment and retention challenges in some of our more specialized roles. These pressures affect both operating and capital delivery and require us to be more deliberate and innovative in how we plan and deliver our services. Another major challenge is infrastructure. You heard lots about that during this year's capital budget process. Infrastructure is not keeping pace with growth. Deferred maintenance and aging infrastructure have created a growing infrastructure deficit, which increases our long-term risk and cost if not addressed in a strategic way. Finally, affordability is an issue that we are hearing about consistently from residents. Affordability affects access to services. We've seen 37% increase in uptake on our Affordable Access program, for example, and the ability to keep pace with rising housing costs and the cost of everyday living. As an operations team, we are mindful of those pressures while still delivering reliable, safe, and sustainable services. In response to these challenges, the operations team is focused on several key priorities. First, working more collaboratively across business units to innovate, improve coordination, and deliver services more efficiently. A great example of this is the Cogswell project, a transformational city building initiative led by our Major Projects Office with the support of all of our operations teams, which showcases the strength of a collective model for delivering results. Second, a major focus for us is comprehensive infrastructure planning, and that's aligning how and where we invest in Council's strategic priorities and long-term growth plans. With the launch of the Strategic Growth and Infrastructure Plan, we are well positioned on this critical deliverable this year. Third, supporting housing and complete communities by ensuring we are growing sustainably and infrastructure and services are in place to service our growing region. The next phase of our regional plan, suburban planning, and master planning of our priority growth areas will set us up for success. And finally, delivering reliable and efficient capital improvements. with a focus on project readiness, risk management, and value for money. We are making progress, and there are more improvements as we look ahead. So as I wrap up this part of the presentation, I want to recognize the critical role that operations play in supporting Council's priorities, enabling growth, and delivering the services that residents depend upon every day. In my short time in the role, I have seen their incredible dedication to public service, and we look forward to sharing more about our plans for the upcoming year. And with that as an overview, I'm pleased to turn it over to Executive Director John Spinelli, who's going to walk you through the major projects budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Mr. Spinelli.
To the chair and the councilors, good morning. Can't tell you how happy I am to be going first on this. The major projects, I think everybody is aware, this was created by the previous CAO and stood up just over a year ago to address some of the, the major projects that we have within the city. So they're not done by operational units. We're purely a CapEx focused operation to deliver these. And we, strive to bring a level of professionalism and constancy and documentation and processes. How do we deliver these projects going forward? The service areas you can see up there is Burnside, BRT, Cogswell, which is obviously sunsetting now, Mill Cove and Windsor Street Exchange as the major service areas that we deal with currently. And I would say that strategic links are many and varied. We tie in with almost every council priority in some way or another, whether it's Halifax, the Housing Accelerator, resilient infrastructure, the priority working groups that I've been involved with for enabling prosperity and getting around all the transit requirements. So all of these projects really address that. Specifically though, the moving better and responsible administration, those two key areas really tick a box in every of the 4 years going forward. And on the next one, oh, sorry, I thought there was another one there. Okay. And as I mentioned, what we try to do is bring some contract efficiencies in how the business really delivers these projects. We've had some contract efficiencies over the last fiscal year. We've saved about, I think, $110,000 by not pursuing the second part of the Cogswell app provider from We Us Them. That saved about $110,000. In non-compensation reductions, we had about 50. Some of the bigger ones would be the Crombie Access Agreement. We had a baked-in monthly fee for that, but because we were able to deliver it on time, even a little bit early, and do the transition, it's about $250,000 in savings there. So between the contract efficiencies and non-compensation reductions, we've kicked in about $338,000 in reductions. Not a large number, but we don't have that much to really deal with either as a CapEx focused operation. On the full-time equivalents, employees, we really haven't utilized all of the people. We're down one from what we could be. We did get a transition in May when we absorbed the Windsor Street project. We absorbed 2 project managers out of Public Works that came in funded through operations rather than capital, which jiggled the numbers around a little bit. But overall, we're in a good position with 11 of the 12, so one less than we could have had. There we go. Obviously, the increase in pressures, as we don't have a very large budget, but there are some inflationary increases due to just regular benefits and pay increases and and compensation adjustments over the term, and the fact that we have more staff. And some savings, there's that 68,000 you see an external consultant, which we didn't use any of. But we still have an operating budget that's like 567, so it's significant, but I also think really quite streamlined compared to the amount of dollars represented that we're expected to deliver. It's a small but mighty team. In this current year coming up, as far as we've been turning ourselves inside out, trying to find some further efficiencies, we found a whopping 22,000, which it doesn't sound like much, but it took a lot to even find those. As I say, we're not particularly operationally focused. Most of our money sits in capital budgets. So, but anyways, it did bring a reduction down to from the 567 down to the 545,000 shown on the screen. And I think this is a good montage to show the transition from the old Cogswell to what it is now. And we're obviously very pleased with the way that went, and we're looking to bring that level of both schedule and cost and communications efficiency to the further projects going forth. I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So just in terms of our process, we're going to try to keep all of our questions from major projects now and move on, of course, as we progress. If there are questions that are going to come back later, that's okay too. We're not going to be voting on this particular one, so our questions come up. So Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. John, thanks very much for the presentation. Thanks for going first. Someone had to go first. Attaboy. I know some of my colleagues know the answer to this, but I don't. So where are we in the timeline in the process of selling the land? So the whole idea of the Cogswell project was to develop it as it is now and then get the land ready to be able to sell, and that help pays for the project, right? I'm summarizing, but where are we in that whole process? And is the expectation that, what amount, if you remind us, what percentage of the cost of this project we hope to be covered by the sale of the land? Thanks.
Sure. Through the chair, didn't get the councillor. The status of the land right now is being really worked upon as far as just like a divestment plan, I think, with corporate real estate. The MUB, LPS, the land adjustment, that's all been done. The lots are serviced. Their value is I think under review again in light of the property values have maybe peaked a little bit, gone down a little bit, but that's all part of the assessment. But I think in any case, it's still and maintains that it's still very close to the project's overall cost.
Close, good.
Right.
Yeah.
So we've got the land exchange agreement with Crombie is the first one. So Block B, we surmise will be the very first one out of the gate. And I think you could almost go alphabetically after that, because you're starting to work your way northward with the other lots. So a little further from downtown, they may not be as desirable as some of the ones that are, closest to the Scotia Square area, the core. But that is a assessment that's being worked on now for the CAO at his request, I believe week before last. So that's pending. But I'm not a real estate guy, so
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
Do you have any indication when that Block B we'll see a for sale sign, and any sense from a time frame given to you?
Block B is not being sold. That was the switch with Block A
right.
with Crombie.
Yes, right, yeah.
The development on that, I think they're looking to have development started towards the end of 2028. Could be a little off on that. They're still in the design. I actually spoke with their Vice President, Ian McDonald, yesterday in a larger group to try and see what their better sussing out of their timelines are as they finish the Marlstone. Then they want to start Block B.
Right. Jacqueline's, there you go. Yep.
Yes, Madam Chair, through you to the council. I just wanted to add, we are coordinating the real estate strategy with the land use framework that's coming back to council very soon. So we're anticipating a report will be back to regional council in about a month's time. So we'll have more information about the rollout strategy for the phasing of the block development at that time.
Okay. Thank you both. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini. Deputy Mayor Cuddle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Jacqueline, you just answered my question. I was just wondering when we might see the real estate strategy and how we're moving forward and ensuring that we're, doing our best to capitalize on this investment for the city. I had another question, and that would be for you, John, and about the $22,000 that you managed to squeeze out of the budget as a green under. I just wondering where that came from.
To the chair, to the councillor, essentially things like office supplies. I know it doesn't sound like much, but we looked at what items we'd actually spent in the budget last year and just say, well, we didn't spend it all. So some of it's a category like uniforms. Well, we don't use uniforms. We do use like high-res vest and safety gear. So we say, well, we know what we spent in this category. We can clearly throw some back. A little bit, there was another one in travel for training and conferences, which really wasn't utilized much. So it's a lot of those sundry items that came down on the non-compensation that we could.
So really nickel and diming here to find some cost savings, which means that you're probably a pretty lean operation to start with. But I do notice too that there's a reduction in FTEs of one position as well. And I'm just wondering, how does that get calculated into, that doesn't get recognized as an under, that's just a normal budget adjustment? I'm just trying to figure out how that.
It's a capital position.
Yeah.
So it's some majority of our people are capitalized in capital, as you were. But there are some, as I said, the two positions that transferred over for Windsor Street from Public Works initially were as part of the operational budget. I'm operational, as is my AA that I share with SITP.
Okay, so with that, I might kick off the green under. I'm wondering, Madam Chair, if you can remind us of how that process works.
Definitely, if you have an under, this would be the time to bring it forward.
So would I move that the budget, they're green or baked in, so we don't have to move a green? Okay, that's
no,
the
green
process.
is already baked in, as our CAO has said. So it's the yellow and the red that we would
the direction
bring
I was
forward.
looking for.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Then
Any other questions for Mr. Spinelli? Well, seeing none, we can now move on to the next business unit presentation, which is strategic infrastructure and transportation planning. Sorry. Oh, we had a question? Councillor Hansby, my apologies. I didn't see the name.
No trouble at all, Madam Chair, and sorry for my absence this morning. I had a medical appointment to deal with, but I listened to everything on the YouTube channel, and even Brad's 26/7 joke. Anyway, but in regards to the Burnside Transit Eco Center, the renovations that are going on underway over there now and stuff, I think it's been a couple of years since we bought the facility, and I want to know how things are progressing over there. I still see there's some activity still going with the designs and stuff. But I was kind of curious about the delivery of the buses. Will that facility be ready when the buses are delivered, or we're going to have buses sitting in an open parking lot?
To the chair, through to the councillor, thanks for that question. Currently with Burnside Transit Center, we only have a budget that exists for phase one for design, which we were taking through the 30%. Working with transit, being that the last budget and status really from a consultant was from 2018, lots changed. The technologies have changed, the population has changed. We now own the McDonald 88 McDonald property that we didn't before. So we don't have any real budget, as you can see through the sub sheets there, for that project. It's essentially unfunded for any construction. I am working with Transit and the CAO to see what the art of the possible is with pools of money to create something, whether it's a parking pad some sort of a building. The building that's there now, obviously, is much like the Forum, I guess you could say, has got a lot of problems and is not going to survive extant many more years. So we're trying to see what we can put together. It may not be the full package. Yeah, we have a storage facility for the buses. I don't know how that really tracks with all the buses they'd like to bring on board. We have enough.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby. I'm going to give you a second. Okay, nobody's buzzed in. Now we'll move on to the Strategic Infrastructure and Transportation Planning, and welcome Dave Riggy.
Sorry, just getting myself set up here. Flip the next slide. Well, good morning. Through the chair to Budget Committee, Dave Riggy, Executive Director for Strategic Infrastructure and Transportation Planning. Happy to be here this morning to present our budget and business plan. The first slide up there just gives a bit of an overview of the office, and like major projects, we were stood up last year, and it's been a great first year. So the overview and service areas have not changed from last year. So linking to the strategic action plan, we do link in a number of areas. Not surprisingly, moving better is the primary one, but not the only one. One item I did want to draw attention to, and Commissioner Hamilton had mentioned this in her presentation, under enabling prosperity, is the strategic growth and infrastructure priorities plan, which is beyond leading the transportation planning team with Mike Connors, is actually what is is the bulk of the work of this unit right now. And essentially that is, how does the city grow to be 1 million people? What is the infrastructure needed to support that and have it still be a wonderful, livable place? What is the priority within that infrastructure? And of course, finally, how do we pay for it? So that is a project that will run throughout the entire fiscal year. We will be doing engagement with council on that in the coming months, so stay tuned for that, because we certainly want to get out and have some great conversations around that. So for 25-26, there was one efficiency realized in a $100,000 reduction from operating from non-compensation costs, and that was essentially when we set the office up. As we kind of narrowed down on what the true needs of the office were, we were able to reduce the initial budget by $100,000. Moving into staff counts, so what this shows is an increase of 5 from 10 to 15. The most important thing I would mention, though, those are not actually new FTEs organization-wide. Those are transfers from other departments. So as the department got set up, we took the transportation planning team over from Public Works, and then we sent to them the transportation demand management team, just in terms of balancing, having resources in the best place. So do want to emphasize on this slide, it's not actually any new FTEs, it's just movement within the organization. So those do net out within Public Works. So in terms of operating budget summary of changes, really the only thing in there is collective agreement and compensation changes. So we're not asking for any additional funds here today. Having said that, on the budget reduction side, we do have one green reduction, and that is a reduction of $200,000 in our consulting budget. Basically, as we went through this year as a new unit, we're able to look at historically what we've been able to spend out of the consulting budget, and came to the conclusion we could reduce that by $200,000. At the end of the day, ours is a very small budget within the overall HRM budget, but we do take this role seriously of finding savings wherever we can and being part of the team in that manner. And that's it for me. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Dave. Councillor Morse, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dave. I just wanted to ask a little bit about the changes presented from Statistics Canada, that our population growth is leveling off a little bit. So could you give a sense of how that's being incorporated into our plans.
Thank you, through the chair. So that's a great question, and a great topic of conversation within our project team for sure. So right now the approach we're taking is we're sticking with the 1 million people as our population horizon, and taking the approach that what may change is the timing, but that there's still value to plan for that eventual growth to 1 million people. The other thing I would say is that is one data point, and we are certainly will be monitoring along with our colleagues in planning and development to see how that changes over time. There's uncertainty around things like, intensive investments in the military could lead to more population growth. Strengthening of trade ties with Europe over the United States could also lead to more population growth. So all that to say, it's a very active conversation and analysis, but we're sticking with the 1 million for now.
Okay, thank you. It's early days, I recognize that, but it was a significant change year over year, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morse. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dave, for this. And thanks for the $200,000 green. That's very appreciated. So I want to bring up the AAA bike network here because that's under your purview. And this council, many times this past year, has decided that the AAA standard is not to be touched, so that's fine. But one thing we know is it's incredibly expensive, and we have a very accelerated deadline for the next few years to complete. And I'm wondering, I want to put forward a BAL briefing note to ask if staff could tell us the implications of prolonging that deadline so that we're not spending as much capital per year on completing the network. If I'm explaining that correctly.
We'll have our CFO just give a few comments on that.
Is this the right place to do that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jerry Blackwood, CFO. I think with the direction that you gave us on, I think it was on Friday, with respect to the capital plan.
So will that will encapsulate all of it?
I think I do think it will. You gave us basically direction to prioritize the capital plan within, debt ceiling of 12%. So
that would be included
I'm
in
thinking that that's going to help in terms of streamlined capital, in terms of when you look at the exercise we got to do, I think it's just as much about project management and cash flowing the project, delivery times, capacity to deliver, taking into account the industry. There's a whole bunch of factors that need to take place there. But I think the direction you gave us on Friday is within the spirit of your motion. But I'll let Jacqueline and Dave weigh in on that if they have anything else to say.
Okay, that's great. That's fine. If we don't have to do individual projects, all going to be encapsulated within that one report. That's good.
I believe our CAO is going to come in and add some comments as well.
Yeah, no, all good. So, yes, we've already got this direction as far as we can determine. It's going to be BAL 048 regarding capital, and it says deferring the regional center AAA bike network timeline, i.e. extending out the completion date. So we have that direction from the capital debate. So
okay, great.
Based on the new debt target and that direction, I think we've got everything that you're seeking.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you much, Madam Chair. In regards to your transportation planning program, I'm kind of curious to how well you're working with the Link Nova Scotia group and stuff. I'm hearing they're talking about having some initiatives started this year, perhaps more variable message signs across the metro region, as well as maybe some traffic management. I wasn't sure that traffic management falls under you or the transportation planning, or does that come under the public works matter? But they're talking about bringing in, opportunities with the Bridge Commission, looking at perhaps having a centralized management of traffic transportation planning. So kind of curious how things are working so far with Link.
Through the chair to the committee, so Traffic Management Center specifically is more of a public works area, but what I would say is who you have at the table is my team, the public works team, and Link, and then Nova Scotia Public Works as well to an extent. And I think like now that the regional transportation plan is out, it's creating great opportunities for collaboration. And certainly we will be looking to report back to council on that in the near future on some specific things that are coming up once we kind of have that settled out with Link Nova Scotia. But I mean, generally speaking, I think it's good collaboration and good alignment on what we're doing in most areas.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Ms. Chair, and thank you, Dave, for your presentation. I just wanted to ask about the strategic multimodal corridors. It's got in there as completion for March 31st this coming year, or 2027, and corridor plans, Herring Cove, Main Street, Windmill Road, Larry Utek. Is there public engagement as part of this? I mean, my recollection of these things is they've been kicking around for a while. I think I've seen Windmill Road multimodal corridor plan on the list for maybe 3 or 4 years running. I'm just wondering, is this work that's actually going to happen this coming year, or is it more a wish list?
Thank you through the chair. So this is work that will happen this year. Part of what I've done in kind of moving into this team is taken that view of trying to dial back to what is actually practically achievable. Herring Cove Road, that is just kicked off. Expect functional design will be done to council probably by fall. Main Street is nearing completion. Wimble Road is again nearing completion now. Larry Utek Boulevard will be a project done within a year, as well as Hammonds Plains Road. So that's really about trying to right size what we're doing and getting back to being able to deliver. I might just ask Mike to come up in terms of what terms of public engagement there is with each of those. I'm not aware of that detail, but I'll pass that one over to Mike.
Good morning, Mike Connors, Manager Transportation Planning. So in terms of, through Madam Chair to the councillor, in terms of public consultation, yes, public consultation will be done on all those projects. So Dave mentioned a few that are already complete. Public engagement has happened on those. There's a little bit more to do on Windmill Road. But the other projects that we'll have that are on the list, Hammonds Plains Road and Herring Cove Road and Larry Utek Boulevard, the plan will be yes to do public engagement for those.
Okay. And we feel this is a doable chunk of work then, just based on what you were saying, Dave, because I would agree with you. Like we had a big list before, and as a result, it wasn't really achievable.
Yes, absolutely. So and that's where we've tried to dial into the priorities and match them up with resources available to make sure we're getting this done within the fiscal year.
Okay. Well, I look forward to hearing more about this in the coming year then. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. Councillor White.
Thank you, Chair. My question was about the TDM staff and why it makes sense to have them in Public Works. In my mind, it resonates with what you all are doing. So.
Thank you through the chair. So it is an interesting conversation. You could make the argument for them to be in a few different places, but at the end of the day, between myself and my colleague Lucas Pitts, we looked at it, and really what it came down to is for them to have the greatest chance of success and being able to have great success. Having them in with the more operational team was better aligned with the type of work they were doing and where we felt they could make impact. Not to speak for Lucas, but I do know that we saw great connections with their work as with road safety as an example as one area. So that was kind of the basis for the move.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know, be Dave or Mike, either one. Thanks for the presentation. So mine, I have two, egress route action planning. So with the region-wide subdivision study, when that comes back, are you going to look at prioritizing some of specific communities for that region-wide study? And the other thing, my second one is about, Mike just mentioned public engagement in Hammers Plains Road. So will this include engaging also with some nonprofit orgs in that community? Because they're getting together as a whole, several different nonprofit orgs, to hopefully sit down with staff to talk about the traffic congestion on Hammers Plains Road. Thanks.
Thank you. So I'll take the first one and I'll pass the public engagement question over to Mike. So in terms of the study, what I would say as an update is that the consultant's work is nearly complete on that. We're just working through how we bring that back to council, likely in, I'd say, late April, early May timeframes that we're targeting right now. And we would be looking at bringing, doing some prioritized recommendations around that and some of the connections which rank highest within the technical analysis.
Okay, thanks.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor on the second question related to Hammons Plains Road. So the project is in the budget, so if approved, we'll proceed with that project starting in the next fiscal year, and we will establish a public and stakeholder engagement plan. Every project's a little bit different, but we would look to engage with you and other councillors in the area to establish what's the best way to engage with the public and different stakeholders.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Mayor Fillmore.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And just following up for a quick moment on Councillor Young's question, I see that your business plan really ties your performance measures to the completion of the AAA bike network. There are other priorities like the egress route action planning program and transportation data strategy that I think residents would also want to be held to the same standard. Any reasoning for that? And then if you could do that quickly, because I want to get to another thing too.
So the quick answer is I agree, and that is through the data strategy, coming back with more comprehensive KPIs will be part of that.
Okay, thank you. Then I want to go back to Councillor Purdy's comment about the cost of the AAA bike network. Council was given an opportunity by staff last week to find about $5 million worth of savings in that, and we wound up with $1.7 million of savings. And if I'm recalling, excuse me, the slide that was shown that showed two AAA standards. One was $4,500 per meter, one was $1,100 per meter, and then the third image was just paint, and it was $300 and some per meter. And so I acknowledge what the CFO said about the 12% ceiling. Should we be able to put that debt management guideline in place? That might have the effect of bringing the per meter cost of the AAA network down from $4,500 to I don't know what, $3,000 a meter. I'm just worried that the intention of Councillor Purdy's inquiry may not be fully met by that capital, that debt ceiling that we're talking about. And I'm just trying to sort out where we can resume the conversation about whether the current AAA design standard, going past the three projects we debated last week in talking about all future projects, whether the AAA design standard is the one that we can afford. And I guess I would look for some process guidance on whether it's budget committee or whether that is back to full council.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Our CFO.
Through you to Mayor Fillmore. Certainly get your point. I guess the context of my comments with respect to Councillor Purdy's question is with respect to the direction that we have right now. So based on the direction we had coming out of capital budget, that's what the next piece of work is around the capital budget. And reprioritizing within those debt guidelines that council gave us. So, and that is based on the reduction in the bike network that went forward last week as well.
Okay, thank you. I just have another minute and a half here. Maybe the CIO just mentioned that they're clear in the direction they received from council last week. Would you mind just repeating that back to us so we can be reminded what that direction was?
For sure. Madam Chair, through you to the mayor. So there's overlapping directions. So as Jerry says, we've got the direction from last week, which is to slow down the regional AAA center as we go back and do the center. What did I say? The regional center AAA bike network. That was one, to look at elongating that. That was through capital budget direction. You may recall that was part of a report that was directed by regional council that was about cost. As part of the work that was done by staff, we reviewed the first 2 years of the program and gave you a report with 3 options to reduce by $5 million. Of course, those options weren't all taken. The next step in that report is now to review the final years of the program and to find cost savings there. The direction that remains on the floor for that work is to follow a AAA standard. We do not have direction from council to look at a non-AAA standard as at this time. So again, we will be going back, looking at the capital direction, which is to extend the phasing of the program as part of our work in looking at the future years of the capital budget. We have the direction to go back and look at the cost for the last 2 years of the program. That's the outstanding direction from council. All of those presume that we're looking at a AAA bike network standard.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you. Thanks for this. Question about the deadlines that you have on your priorities, and in particular about your transportation strategies. Congestion is one of the big factors in residents' quality of life, and we're in the top 3 cities in Canada with the worst congestion problems. So your deadlines here, regional transportation plan initiatives for March 2028, and then the transportation data strategy for March 2027. Does that mean implementation, or does that mean plans will be decided to be implemented at that point? Just for the data strategy, do we have the ability at this time to set signal changes quickly? Are we able to do that right now, or is that waiting on technology that we don't have yet?
So in terms of being able to manipulate the signal timings, I want to defer to my colleagues in Public Works on that, because that is an area that they're working on. My understanding is it varies, but I wouldn't want to speak out of turn on that. I think to your broader question, though, when you see the deadline, the completion dates here, I mean, those are aligning with fiscal years. And in the case of the regional transportation plan initiatives, that is a multi-year initiative. It doesn't mean that we wait until, March 30th, 2028 and turn it all on. I mean, there's multiple pieces of work going on in that one throughout those 2-year period. And again, that is work we're doing at the province right now, and expect to be back with more detail on that to council in the coming months once that's been kind of finalized with Link Nova Scotia. Transportation data strategy, that's saying that, develop and implement the data strategy. So that's giving us a year to go away and do that. Doesn't mean that that's we're done after a year. That's obviously something that's an ongoing effort, but the deliverable in our business plan is to get that up and running and go. And on the data side, so we have a much better understanding of just where the congestion is, what's the state of the transportation network, basically.
Pitts, Executive Director of Public Works. So we just closed on a tender for adaptive signal technology. We expect it in the streets in the next couple of months. So.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question around the active transportation priority plan review. It looks like it's to be finished by March of 2027. Can you say a bit more about the scope of that? Will that be completed internally, or will we be hiring external consultants? And what types of things will you be looking at?
Thank you. So that will be a plan we'll be hiring consultants for. And I think maybe the greatest distinction I would make in this, given how much we've talked about AAA, this is actually about everything else. Because although AAA is a very large point of conversation, there is actually a lot of other active transportation work we do. So and I think the opportunity, the timing is great now to do that, given what's changed in our city. So being able to look at that throughout the year with the help of consultants, I think will be very beneficial.
Okay, so you're looking at public transit, trails, all those things? So
not public transit specifically,
Okay.
but yeah, but basically, it could be other trail connections, other active transportation connections that aren't part of that minimum grid AAA network.
Okay. Okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Steele. Councillor Purdy.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So I would like then to move about under or a briefing note for the BAL on the potential of readdressing the standards of the AAA bike network to a cheaper design for our capital budget. How does that work?
Great question. Do you want? Is there a seconder?
Is that a briefing note that would?
Yep. Is there a seconder? Councillor Young, thank you so very much. So we'll just get that BAL up on our screen, and then we'll populate a list for the BAL, okay?
Yep, thank you.
For that amendment.
And just while that's, can I?
You can continue speaking. Yes,
yep,
absolutely. Thank you.
Just a couple more things, just on following up on what the mayor was. Oh, yeah, sorry. Okay. Just the incredible price cost difference of the AAA compared to some of the other alternatives. And I just think that we are not doing our due diligence if we're not at least willing to look at what the alternatives could be for our active transportation network.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy. Councillor Hertling, is this on the amendment? Yes.
On the
yes.
BAL? Yeah.
Thank
you. So thank you very much, Councillor Purdy. I am wondering, because the three options that you presented us with, there's really more than three options. There's more, like we can do things like paint plus a bollard, like there are things that we can do. So that would be my first question, is that can we look at, a number of different options that prioritize safety without it necessarily being AAA? Like I understand Montreal, for example, it has the biggest bike network in North America, or it's like the biking city of Canada. Less than half of it is AAA. So can we look around and see what options are, to create, safe bike lanes that aren't necessarily AAA, if that could be a consideration. And the other thing that I am wondering is, I do know that for the work that has been done to date, and I think some of the work continuing into 26, 27, it will be relying or coupled with federal and provincial money. So I am wondering if we can just make sure that we prioritize AAA bike networks where there are funds available for us to you know what I mean, for us to take advantage of that additional money. Because when I asked about this last time, when that report came back, you said that the standard that we were building to was a condition of the federal and provincial money available. So those are my two things. But thank you very much.
Sorry, green means go. I forgot we changed the mic colors there for a sec. So I guess just a couple thoughts. I mean, one, I guess that this is actually a capital BAL item, not operating, because this is all at a capital. Right. You know, just when we had the report come forward where there were three options, I mean, those were the three that staff looked at and said these are high potential options. There were a whole host of other options in the back that staff didn't bring forward for various reasons, that we included the rationale of why we didn't bring them forward. So, you know, just thinking as we're going here, like that, but again, those were largely with a AAA standard in mind. So I guess where I'm challenged is just where this is a BAL note that's got to come back in a pretty rapid time, is figuring out, you know, trying to go away and redesign the AAA network is going to be, you know, to a non-AAA standard in the time available. I'm just trying to wrap my head around how we would actually do that. So.
Oh, Mike. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, with returning with a briefing note, we could illustrate how we would go about reviewing the network to consider non-AAA options. Again, we don't have direction to do that currently. You know, it's a very tall order to do that network review, obviously, in the next few weeks.
Sure. I think it's worth calling out that perhaps Councillor Purdy, and, you know, my long-term interest is what it looks like over the next couple of years, given that, you know, like I said, much of the network I think is probably not going to be impacted in the 25-26 budget because there is that federal and provincial funding available, but what that might look like in a different future. And here comes Brad.
Thank you, Councillor Hartling. And just as chair, I would remind people that we don't need to debate what would be in the briefing notes. It's just, do you want the briefing note or not, and the direction for what you want in it. So thank you for that clarity, Councillor Hartling. Mr. CAO.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So as Michael pointed out, that's exactly what you get back as a briefing note of how we would go about it. The other option here, to keep the operating budget moving along and not drifting back into the capital debate, is that we bring a motion to Regional Council, which amends the direction on the costing that is the standing direction of council, that we then amend the direction for staff to review the costing not only for AAA options, but include non-AAA options. That would be the place, and that was where we get the direction, so that when we're doing the costing work going forward, like I say, right now the direction is only look at AAA options and reducing costs within that bandwidth. If council wants to amend that to have us look at non-AAA options, I think that's the appropriate spot to amend the direction that's already on the floor of council to include that. That would be my preferred approach, but certainly if the wish is to just get a BAL note on this, which is how to approach the non-AAA options, that will take your direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett. I think this is a good moment for us to take our lunch break and put some good thinking on this, and then we will come back at 1 o'clock. Thank you so very much. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back from our lunch break. Councillor Purdy wishes the floor first before the close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I'm going to pull this from today because I guess the process works better if we bring this to Regional Council. And just in speaking with the mayor, he's working on a motion to bring forward for Tuesday that will address this, and we can have a fulsome conversation at that time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Purdy. I think Councillor Young had seconded. Councillor Young, are you okay with the withdrawal?
Yes, I am.
Thank you so much, Councillor Young. So we'll now go back to repopulating the speakers list on the main motion, and it's Councillor Hartling.
I'd like to withdraw, Madam Chair. Sorry, I think I chimed in too soon, so sorry about that.
Okay, so we were at the, we're on the strategic infrastructure and transportation planning. Were there any other questions for Dave Reggie and Mike Connor? I have learned to pause a moment. There are a few people that are like, last minute speakers. And so we're all good. Thank you very much, Dave. Thank you, Mike. So now we move on to Public Works and welcome Lucas Pitts and team.
Good afternoon, Lucas Pitts, Executive Director of Public Works. Unlike our first two partners, we're settling in for the long haul up here. With me today is Colin Ball. She's our coordinator in the ED's office, our extraordinarily excellent coordinator, and he will be managing my presentation for me. So, Public Works. We ensure the safety, accessibility, and reliability of the municipality's infrastructure. Our service areas are design and asset management, IMO, which is filling the potholes and fixing our streets, project delivery, solid waste, traffic, and parking management. I'm not going to get right into this. We essentially touch a lot of the services we deliver and a lot of the strategic plan action items, enabling prosperity, strengthening communities, moving better. We'll probably move right through that one. So efficiencies realized, I think we did some excellent work this year. The two I was going to highlight is we were just finishing off a review of our pothole program, maintenance review, a performance review. There is a lot of improvement there. We were really looking at trying to do more with less, and I think we do have a lot of opportunity there. We are utilizing some AI tools, and I think it can, going into next year, will make us much more efficient and much more effective. The other one I wanted to touch on was the EPR, because it has been in the news and it has been a good shift for us, and so that was a great work by our solid waste team, working with the province and our producers in getting that program in place. Staff counts, as you can see, 25 we're at 419.6, and going into 26 we're at 419.6. I won't get into a lot of the details. Mr. Rigi covered that. A lot of the shifts are happening were between our different departments, and so there's been some changes, but it's all been internal shifts. So operating budget, I touched on EPR, and great news that we did save a lot of money on that portion. Bad news is we have a lot of inflationary and costing and contract increases. So the majority of that money, all of that money coming in has been eaten up largely by increases in solid waste contracts, money into our state of good repair where our maintenance backlog continues to be quite large. And our winter operations contract, we signed a new winter operation contract this year. So those are our three really big net increases. And EPR helped us balance us off, but we still are $1.7 million up this year. And we come to our budget reduction briefing note list. Ours is I believe, the first substantial one anyway, so there's lots to digest on here. There's lots of briefing notes. Our CAO talked about the green, yellow, and red colors for them. The green, much like the other first two groups, are discretionary savings. So much like them, just going over our budget and finding the nickel and dime pieces that we added up to $25,000. There's a number of considerations for council under yellow. Many of those you're probably familiar with, including increasing parking fees and the elimination of sidewalk plowing. We stand ready to answer any questions around that. And on our last slide is our red ones, where it is not recommended that council pursue these ones because it does have really big impacts to service levels for us. And so, but again, they are on the table as the CAO discussed. And we'll move to, oh yeah, there's one over, and that's the delivery of the road safety program. The rest of them would be unders. And that's it. We have a picture of Dutch Village Road in Brunswick Street, two of our major projects that completed this year. So. Next year. It's my community too.
Thank you, Lucas, and then we'll wait for the board to populate and see if we've got questions for you. Nobody? Deputy Mayor Cuddle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I read this, and guess what the thing that popped into my head first reading this was, our favorite topic of conversation, potholes. So I just think it's worth noting in the report here about kind of the trend that's been happening around the decrease in completing priority 1 potholes, which I think I know I'm experiencing for sure in District 11, and I assume many of us are across the municipality. And the projected 2026, bringing that up to 80% identified and completed, which is reversing the trend. And you mentioned, I was looking for exactly how that was going to happen, because in the analysis it kind of talks about the problem but not about the solution. And so you were talking about AI as a potential. Is that an investment, or how? If you could just talk a little bit more about that, because it's certainly a hot topic of conversation at the moment.
Through the chair to the councillor. Yeah, no, it's a great question. The AI budget, and part of it was talked about during the capital phase when David Thorpe from our chief information officer was up here. So we are getting great support through our tech people, and so a lot of the piloting, I will call it, is funded that way. We've just completed the pilot on the pothole piece, and so we're evaluating and preparing how that looks going forward. Given the budget constraints, we're certainly looking at a balance of, how much we invest and how much we can get back out of it, and we're sensitive to that. But at this point, we're not really super prepared to discuss at council where this is going to end up. A lot of good feelings around it, a lot of positivity around it. We're looking at other things like it's called liquid injection velocity patching, and it's another method that patches potholes much quicker than a contingent of staff would do it. One of those vehicles is $500,000, so quite substantial in terms of cost. But as we move forward into this year, we have the level of service report coming back to council in early spring, which is be focused on the condition of our roads and what we're establishing for our level of service moving forward. So we'll have an opportunity to have some conversations as we move into the summer months around our road condition and what that's going to look like. But budgeting wise, that will come forward next year as part of that budget.
Right, a balance between it all. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Cuddle. Councillor Austin.
Oh, I didn't think I was next. I appreciate all the work there, Lucas. I was just scrolling here looking for. So the road safety over. The piece in this year's budget, if council was interested in looking at that, Does it include the staff? Because, I mean, this is always, as we've dealt with this problem regarding traffic calming in the past and sidewalks, which Councillor Morris knows well, there's that chicken the egg. Well, you can't scale up because you don't have the people. But you then need to hire the people and commit to actually more than 1 year's worth of work as well. And so, like, the short-term piece looks like 820, and then these other positions 281. So I guess on this item today, are we to look at like the entire bucket there, people and these, or is that a capital discussion?
Through the chair to the councillor, I believe when the motion came forward, it was asked to look at both the short-term and long-term options, and recognizing that there is an operational piece and a capital piece, and that's why it's part of this discussion, because there is the operational piece, but the briefing note itself encompasses the whole package, and so it will include the capital piece and the operational piece, which would be the hiring of staff. And so if you wanted to split that out, I'm no expert, but I suspect you probably could. But the way it's framed now, this briefing note is for the whole upgrade.
Okay, so for the capital, and maybe this is a process Jerry question, I'm not sure, like where we already have motions around the capital, if we were to move this one onto the budget adjustment list, how does that then interact with what we've already directed?
Our CFO.
Yeah, excuse me. So the process would be we would come back with that on the BAL debate in March. That's when it would come back to council to be debated.
So, like, how would it? I guess what's the interaction though? Because like as I understand, because I watched you guys online on Friday. If like where we're looking at the capital piece for the out years and how, like deferring and kind of staggering programs, if we have another motion that's about capital that is also in those out years, how do those things mesh up?
Yeah, I mean, we had the capital debates last week. I mean, that was the time to bring forward capital motions. So, we're hoping that we're not going to get any more capital BALs that come in, but it would certainly depend on the magnitude in terms of the dollars and the timing, right?
Okay, so
because what we have to do was bring back a balance years 2 to 4 within the debt thresholds that council has set, right? So depending on the dollar amount, how disruptive that would be, it would probably best to get direction on that now.
Okay.
Yeah, as opposed, because we would be bringing the BAL, we would be bringing back the capital work. That's our goal, to bring it back in March with the BAL. So if we had direction on that now, it would be best.
Okay. Well, I would like to move this item, which looks like 820 operating 140 capital for this year, and then just the way this is structured makes it kind of tough. And then 3 million capital operating or capital and 281 operating for future years, or would you only want the motion for the 820 140?
Sorry, what are you looking to have done with it?
Budget briefing note, the over. I'm just reading the financial implications at the very top of it. It's page 124 of the PDF report. Budget 40, or yeah, BAL 40. Just a second. 124 of the staff report. It's BAL 040 is the tracking ID. It's page 124 of the staff report. That's a good question, Chris. I mean, it says 820.
Lucas, would
Sorry.
you like to respond? Yep.
I was just going to say through the chair, I think what Councillor Austin is trying to say and what makes it confusing is we have $3 million in potential capital spending, but we can't do that without the people, which is the operational piece. So the briefing note itself covers three different improvements. It's one capital next year, and then we have to hire the operating people. So that part has to be supported as well. And then to eventually get to $3 million in extra capital, we would have a project manager and a program manager to scope and build those projects.
Yes, so the capital portion is 820,000. Yeah. Yeah.
So maybe just to keep things simple, maybe I'll just start with just the 2026. So I'll move the 820 capital and then 100, well, it's 140 operating, which I guess is hiring the people, but then there's an impact the following year. But I guess for our budget purposes, this is what we're just looking at right now.
Great. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Steele has seconded.
Okay, so folks, if you haven't had a chance to look at the briefing note, it's 124. And so this is the motion that I made where we asked staff to go back and say, what could we do around road safety long term and what could we do in the short term? And the short term items that they identified is we could do 10 more crosswalks with those rapid flashing beacons. We could do 5 crosswalks with signal upgrades, 5 intersection upgrades, durable pavement markings, and do some additional design consulting work for 4 intersections. I think, when we've had that presentation on road safety, we are not going in the right direction on that. We're not meeting where we need to be, and it's not going to the problem, wishing it away is not going to work. We actually need to put more resources into this area. So I would like to have this move to the BAL list so we can consider it once we also know what the full fallout of all our choices is going to be.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. So we're just going to repopulate the speakers list. So if you popped in before we had that finished, we're going to do that again. Great. So Councillor Hartling.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Councillor Austin, I'm happy to support this to make it to the BAL. I just have one question, and that is, are there knock-on effects with the road safety program in terms of maintenance costs to the roads? That's my only question, and I'm happy to support it regardless, but I'm just wondering if you could help me understand whether, listening to what Councillor Austin said about like lights and, intersections, and that all sounds like it is what it is, and the maintenance of it would be the same. I just wonder if as part of the road safety program, whether we also add, tactical things or other things to intersections that increase the costs of us maintaining those things over time.
Through the chair to the councillor. So, the things that Councillor Austin listed, replacing signals, that's a net zero mostly.
Yeah.
We already have signals, RRFBs, some of them break or some of them need repair, but overall that's not a huge maintenance cost. Things like bump outs and traffic calming and things like that does tend to weigh a little bit more on our operations team. It does make snow removal more difficult, more expensive and things like that. Again, the expense piece isn't huge, But the operational complexity certainly grows as our roads, wind a little bit more, right? And we're looking for snow storage space and all that other fun stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hartling. Councillor Steele.
I forgot I pushed the button. Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say I'm fully supportive of this motion. And I live in a district where we have a bit of an infrastructure deficit, particularly with crosswalks with lights, the painted crosswalks, all of these safety measures. Particularly the Beachville Lakeside Timberley area is very much in want and need of these, and this is one of my key priorities as a councillor, and I'm fully supportive of this motion being added to the BOW.
Thank you, Councillor Steele. Councillor Morse.
Thank you, Chair. I support this motion as well. And I'm just looking for Lucas, if you could say a little bit more about the program manager positions. That's what we're talking about here in Table 2 for road safety. We've had some discussions about this in the past. There's a feeling that we could do a lot more on the enforcement side when we're looking at road safety. And some of my colleagues will have heard police come and speak to us at Transportation Standing Committee and talk about the fact that they actually have been issuing about half as many tickets in recent years as in 2016, and traffic safety tickets and related. And at the same time, our population has grown by 100,000 people since 2016. So we're seeing much less enforcement than we had 10 years ago. And the police, of course, are pressured in terms of their ability to cover everything. But it sounds to me like through this program manager, we could make the most of our resources. And I'm just looking for you to maybe talk a little bit more about what difference these people could make in our traffic safety.
Through the chair to the councillor. We've been talking about this position in road safety for a long time. There are a lot of partners, obviously, at the road safety table, whether it's police and EMS and the hospitals and schools and all sorts of other partners. And so it is a lot of work to keep that coordinated. You've heard before that, we're struggling with getting our data right with police. And so again, this is somebody that can put all the focus on building those relationships, getting us aligned, making sure we're all speaking the same language. The other piece too is we build a lot of road safety stuff into our program through integrated projects, and we don't really tell that story through the road safety report because they are capital projects, so they're just over here. And it's actually kind of hard the way we do our tendering to even pull those numbers out. So again, this is a position that will help us coordinate where another one of the BAL items is for the education program. But even still, we've rearranged so we do have some education initiatives that I think could be much stronger than they are now if we had somebody helping us on the program, coordinating with advocates and our active school travel program. So there's a lot of stuff. We have the school, the closed school streets program as well that, is floating around a little bit, so there's a lot of different things going on that we really need somebody to sort of bring it all together. And especially if we're going to move forward with a lot more spending and, a more robust education campaign. We've been building that road safety report. I think, I've been here for 4 years and I think it's come a long way, but I do think there's a lot of opportunity, especially once we get our software and we're starting to really use the data to really target areas and corridors and neighborhoods to pull this together for us and really be able to advocate and put out the numbers and be as transparent and accountable as possible to all of the people that work with us and to you as council. So.
And do you think HRM staff, if they find hot spots or places where we're seeing more collisions, they will be able to work with police to provide more enforcement in those areas?
Certainly, I don't want to speak for police by any stretch, but part of this intent is to build that relationship so it's stronger. We have an internal road safety committee, and we are in constant communication with the police. But again, the team is very small, and while it's great that they're trying to work on the relationship with our police departments, they're also writing the reports, they're also analyzing the data, they're also planning the projects, right? So it's kind of an off the side of the desk piece right now.
Okay, thank you. I think this would give us integration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morse. You can come back. Councillor Austin, did you want to close? Yes, okay. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you. And Lucas, just for clarification, we're already doing this as part of the capital budget. This is an enhancement. Is that correct? Or no?
Yeah, it's through the chair to the council. Yeah, so we already have a road safety program through the capital
Right.
budget.
It's almost
This
like
would-
$5 million.
This
Is
would
that
be
right?
it. Yeah, give or
Yeah.
take some change, around $5 million we spend every year. So this would allow us, we rolling out, for an example, we have the top 10 intersections. We're trying to do about 2 per year. So to get to say through the top 25 is going to take us some time. This would allow us to hit a little bit more of that priority or faster.
And on the enforcement piece, which is really important for safety, where are we at with the infrared cameras with the province? Do you know? Do you have an update for us on that one? What? Wait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I do and I don't, I guess, in that, we expect the new TSA to be proclaimed in the next couple of months. There are some changes to some adjacent legislation that needs to happen. Our belief is that's probably a year out. The TSA itself says that any camera program is going to need to be approved by the minister. So we don't know what that means. We don't know if it's, just in school zones. We don't know if it's widespread. We don't know if it's just at our top intersections at this point. So it's hard for us as staff to prepare for what's coming because we're not quite sure. But we believe we're, a year or a bit around before we kind of have that knowledge of what we can start doing as a city.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy. And our CFO has a comment, but we're on the BOW 40, the Road Safety Improvement Program. So just so we stay focused on that for now. Jerry.
Yeah, thank you. And my apologies earlier, just trying to find that in my package. So just for context on this one, the undertaking that council gave us direction on last week, we need to go away. We need to rebalance $1.2 billion. This BAL going forward is going to make it 1.3. So it just makes the task ahead a little bit harder. That's why I said earlier, if this is something council wants to do, it'd be best give direction here today so we can build this in as opposed to putting it to a BAL. Because as I said, it's not in right now, and we got a big undertaking to balance $1.2 billion worth of projects. So, thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Mayor Fillmore.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and I appreciated the clarification that the work is already in the plan, but for the future, and that really what this BAL request is doing is doing things more quickly, doing things sooner than originally planned at an additional cost of $820,000 on this year's bill to do them sooner. And I wasn't going to buzz in on this. I'm unable to support it, but I ended up buzzing in on it just because it's, I think, illustrative of a theme that's emerging on the way that we do spend on these programs, which is we can control costs and stay within our affordability guidelines by adjusting the pace at which we do them. And by pacing them outward into the future, we can bring down costs, and by moving them forward, we're adding costs. So for that reason, I'm unable to support the adjustment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor White.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Jerry, for encouraging us to make some decisions earlier in the process. I think the one I'm going to bring up, I'll risk it and not do a BAL and just go for it. I just want to speak in support of this, Councillor Austin, for bringing the motion, and to Lucas and team for bringing us something. just wanted to focus the conversation on what we're trying to do here is save lives. And I fully support that, doing that sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor White. Deputy Mayor Cuddle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I mean, it is a difficult position. I appreciate the intent of Councillor Austin's motion to bring it to the ballot, because we don't really know what's going to happen between now and then, and what other major unders might be presented, or overs, but we don't really know at this point where we're going to end up. What I can say is that traffic safety is a priority for a lot of my residents. It's something I hear about frequently, something, I'm in discussion with staff about all the time, like, traffic calming. There's a lot of demand and expectation from the public on this particular topic. And so I would like to support it to the bell, but Jerry, I understand the challenge that brings up for you in trying to then balance the budget overall. So I'm kind of feeling, get the challenge, but I want to support the motion. And so I will, because it is a priority, and it's sometimes, to the mayor's point, that the trend is that we're not prioritizing what we've said are our council goals. We have we did a strategic plan. We have 3 areas to focus on in that strategic plan. If we really want to move the needle on the things that we say are important, I do feel that is where we need to be investing, and perhaps looking for cost savings in other areas that are not our core responsibility, and haven't been identified as our core priorities and goals. So I will support this, and sorry for the challenge, Jerry.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Cuddle. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, colleagues, for the discussion on this one. And I too appreciate Jerry's advice there. I think taking a risk on 820 capital in the scale of our giant capital budget, I think that's okay. At this point, I wouldn't be comfortable just building it in. All right, like I myself need to see the whole picture, and I think we all do it this year, given how challenging it's going to be. I take the mayor's point about pacing and that whole discussion about we don't have enough money to do everything, but pacing doesn't mean we're going to reduce everything equally. There might be areas where we say we want to do that more quickly. There might be areas where we say we can do that more slowly. And I think what I think is really important here is, if you remember back to that road safety report we got, we are not going in the right direction, right? Like, we are seeing more injuries and deaths on our streets, and the trend is going opposite of where we want it to be. So if we're serious about Vision Zero, it's going to require doing more on this, not less. And our challenge is that we've been left with 60, 80 years worth of infrastructure that was built with only cars in mind, and that's a tall order to fix. And so I think we asked staff, what can we do this year immediately? And we've got a good answer back in terms of crosswalk upgrades and light upgrades, and doing some more design at some of our most dangerous intersections so we can get those projects moving quicker. I think that's a good starting point. It sometimes feels like a drop in the bucket, but sometimes that's how you have to fill a bucket.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. I see no other names on the list. Pausing as I should have learned. I'll call for the question. Is there a question? Motion carries. Thank you. We'll just wait a moment and repopulate our speakers list. Okay. Thank you. And the next speaker is Councillor Morse.
I had buzzed in to speak on that item, so.
Sounds good. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you. Sorry, my computer just died. I want to talk about your performance measures here. I'm trying to, it's page 5 of your report, but it's page 21, I guess, of the whole report. I want to talk about the impact of our, I guess, state of good repair with the planned 2026 reduction in the annual kilometers paved to 41.35. There's a couple of things that play into that: the IMP, the Integrated Mobility Plan, and the Complete Streets guiding principles. And I'm just wondering, just in the same vein as kind of what we've been talking about, trying to decrease costs while still giving our residents good bang for their buck, I guess, in what they expect and what they need. I know we're waiting on the IMP report to come back. That's going to give us is it like a 5-year review or something like that? And I had asked also for something to do with looking at the priorities as they're laid out now, and how a possible rejigging of those priorities could change how we construct our streets. But the Complete Streets, I feel sometimes can constrict our ability for just plain good old maintenance if we have all of these other policies or all of these other things that we have to do in order to meet the Complete Streets policies, the guiding principle. So for example, the elements including curb extensions, refuge medians, sidewalks are added, but they increase the project costs and decrease the annual kilometers paved. So residents are already frustrated by the deteriorating pavement structure and the increasing potholes, which we've already talked about. And I know your team is working very hard, doing the best that you can in dealing with those potholes. And I know that our weather system is absolutely horrendous for our street pavement quality. So, I mean, you have everything working against you. But I just, some of my notes here, we could fix more streets per year if we were to eliminate some of the constraints that we have with the policies that we have in place. If we could just look at doing the basics, fixing our pavement on our streets, it would increase core infrastructure, should be the priority. Many people would consider that our street network is crumbling around them, and so we really shouldn't have like gold standard policies set in place. And really the Complete Streets policy was put in place in a different time. We had a different financial situation in the municipality and different geopolitical things going on in the world, and so we're under an increasing amount of pressure and an affordability crisis, which we keep talking about. We have rising construction costs, a growing road maintenance backlog, inflation-driven pressures, and Complete Streets significantly increases per kilometer cost by bundling multiple upgrades in, as I've already said. Instead of fixing more roads to a basic durable standard, we can sometimes end up fixing fewer roads to a premium standard. And I just feel that premium standard really needs to be reassessed on all of our projects so we can get back to the basics. So I don't know how, I would like to look at that as a potential briefing note for the BAL, if we can look at our Complete Streets policy for a more maintenance first policy, if that is an appropriate process for this, or if we can look at doing more maintenance work as opposed to the full standard of construction on our streets? Or is this not the appropriate place for that? And would regional council be the better place to look at a potential policy change?
Thank you,
Our CFO.
Madam Chair. I'll certainly be interested what Mr. Pitts has to say, but I think the policy review was typically something that you would direct to happen like in year and bring it back for the next budget year if there was something on that would be my advice there. If you're looking to do a policy review, I don't think that could be something that could be done by the BAL, but I'll turn it over to Lucas for some commentary.
Funny, I'm more interested in what Mr. Blackwood has to say about this. I think that's probably the more appropriate thing, and for two reasons. Number one, we tend to do budget fairly light, so as you can imagine, our capital program is pretty set right now. So the impacts to this year's capital would be almost non-existent anyways, because if we had to go back to redesign, we're just not doing it this year. So I think it's better suited for that. And the other point I just wanted to make is, and we talked about this earlier, but there's a larger philosophical question that impacts both my group and Mr. Regi's group around what our streets look like. But this specific budget here, our recapitalization budget, doesn't include AAA. It doesn't include cycle lanes, right? It does include curbs, it includes let downs, includes bump outs, things like that. But the whole breadth of our right-of-way isn't necessary within this budget. And although we're only doing 41.35 kilometers this year, which I'll admit does not look great, it's actually because we report on annual kilometers paved. We're doing more 4-lane roads this year. So this isn't a report on how many lane kilometers we're doing. Okay. It's the actual kilometers of the road. And so the flip side of that conversation is I'm not going to sit here and say that everything's hunky-dory on our roads, because it isn't. And you can see that the percent good is decreasing rapidly, and anybody that drives around on our roads right now knows that we have a lot of problems and deterioration in our roads. And as that percent good continues to decrease, and it's decreasing because it is underfunded, we're going to get into a deeper and deeper hole. And as I mentioned earlier, with the state of good repair budget, we have a huge maintenance backlog across the board for almost all of our infrastructure. So
okay, thank you. Yeah,
thank you, Councillor Purdy. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you much, Madam Chair. Kind of curious about the parking fee increase thing about Metro Park. Do you know what the comparison is to the other parking garages are? Are we on par with all the other parking structures in Halifax, or are we still below the market rates?
Through the chair to the councillor, it is comparison to other parkades in downtown Halifax on the back of the briefing note, and it does show that on an hourly basis, there's a couple that are cheaper than us. Purdy's Wharf and Casino Nova Scotia, probably because they're padding their parking with all the gambling. But other than that, we're actually quite cheap compared to the other.
So we'll raise it to be more on par with the other ones then.
Yeah, and the proposed raise is quite small. Obviously, it's just barely over a quarter. So
now you talk about a reduction of mobile household waste, special waste events from 17 to 11. Would you have a suggested list of where those 11 would be maintained?
Through the councillor, I'll turn to my solid waste expert for that one.
Good afternoon, Shannon Betts, Director of Solid Waste. So we did have a list of suggested events that for removal. So Those would include an event that we've been holding at the Acreley campus in Dartmouth. There are two in Halifax on the peninsula, so one at Dalhousie and one at the NSCC Leeds campus. We've recommended Harrietsfield, Lower Sackville, and Bedford, an event that's been held at the BMO Centre. And those events were chosen based on relative proximity to the permanent depot that's in Bayers Lake right now.
So we're still maintaining all the rural locations that we currently have?
That is correct.
Okay, great to hear that. In regards to the discussion on the red zone, I see the senior snow removal being proposed as a red thing, $600,000. I'll try to find the briefing note on it. How many customers we currently have on that program right now, and do we know what distribution, what district of where they're located? Because I know in the past I had like 25% of the market on that program because of the amount of seniors I have still living in my district. But I was kind of curious of how we're there, and is there any, and how's the demand load been on that program? As I assume there's been more and more requests to get onto the system for those seniors who want to stay in their homes.
So, Councillor Hedsby, on the yellow and the red, we have no briefing note yet.
Okay.
And so it would be to request one. Sorry, red has no briefing note, yellow does. So.
To the councillor, the senior snow program is completely filled up, 638 applicants. There's a waiting list, and it's been like that for a number of years now.
And how large of a waiting list is it right now?
It's substantial, probably 10, 20, 30 people at least. Yeah.
So how much of a budget increase would you think would be necessary to cover those waiting lists?
We'd have to go back at that. The waiting list is never probably going to go away. If we expand it from the 638 people to 700 people, then there's going to be a waiting list.
Okay. Okay. Appreciate that. On the yellow note, you talk about the elimination of curbside collection for bulky waste and white goods. What alternative would there be then if we eliminate that altogether? Like, I hate to see this stuff get dumped on the side of the roads in rural areas and stuff, and just I know a lot of scrap metal folks go around looking for the fridges and stoves and ovens and stuff like that, but I'm just kind of curious about the couches and stuff like that. Like, what would happen to all those devices?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, I would suspect that at that point it would be the responsibility of the individual homeowner or tenant or whoever at that property to arrange for disposal. So whether that be, if they're lucky enough to have a family or friend who have a truck, that they could self-haul that or hire someone to remove that item for them.
And the only transfer stations we have is Sheet Harbor and Middle Musquodoboit, and then to the Otter Lake. Are those the only three locations they can haul it to?
Within our solid waste system, yes. So the only other options, if you have something that's still able to be used, we always encourage donation and things like that. But sometimes, if it's something that...
Councillor White?
Okay. Thank you. I would like to go to the very last page where we're talking about the parking compliance officers. To find that myself. Yes, this is the last page of or the last item on our PDF. It's called Briefing Note 005, potential parking enforcement staff increase. This one. Okay, so when I'm reading this, I'm reading that right away we would be saving money, but I'm not seeing like buying a car or anything to make it happen. So it feels to me like this briefing note makes sense right away, i.e. we save money right away. Is there am I missing a capital piece, Lucas?
Through the chair to the councillor, no, the intent of the additional staff would see us with a net revenue gain in the first year of the program.
That's awesome. I'm a little confused because when we brought it, I brought it as an over because I thought there would be some over, but since you've gone back and looked at, there's no over, it's only under.
So in the first year, we wouldn't have people for the whole year. We'd fill those positions over the year, and so that's why it's sort of prorated over the first year.
Yeah.
Any equipment needs that might come up, additional equipment needs. Now there is some equipment, uniform equipment, software need in there already, but like a new vehicle might come up in future years. But we would also wait to sort of see how it plays out in terms of enforcement and where they should be and things like that. With more, as every councillor knows, and I know, we get a lot of parking complaints from all over the community, quite frankly, and I think there is an obvious need, and I think there is an obvious pathway for this to be revenue positive in quite an easy fashion, quite frankly. So
Exactly. That was the intention, and that's what I see in front of me. So, colleagues, I'd like to move this briefing note that it's called briefing note 5. It's the very last one in our package. I'd like to move that we decide to hire these people because they're going to make us money and improve service right away in our parking enforcement.
Councillor Steele, did I see you for the second? And so it's to move briefing note 5 to the budget adjustment list?
I personally don't see a need for it to go to the budget adjustment list. And to me, it's displaying the information we need to know here that hiring these people will help us out financially and service-wise. So I don't see a reason to debate it again. But I want to embed it in our operating.
So that is the motion, and it was seconded by Councillor Steele. Let's see it on your screens, and then we will repopulate again the speakers list. Councillor White, is this as you intended?
For sure, it is labeled briefing note, if that matters. It's not labeled Bell, but.
Is it an option over though?
It's an under. It's an under.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yep. Just wanna
And
make
can
sure
I
we have the
not
right
just go
language
forward
there.
with the well, it's hiring people, so that all the other numbers for future years will show up later.
Okay. So we'll now
Unless someone
go
wants
to
to give
the
me further
speakers
guidance
list.
there.
Councillor Hensby?
Well, Madam Chair, my first question would be, would this be offset by also putting the increase of the parking permit rates up? Like, if you're gonna have more staff, shouldn't we also be putting up
I think
the
that
parking?
would be a separate
But I think they're kind
amendment.
of tied together, in my opinion, one versus the other. If you're gonna hire these folks, you must have a rate increase to help offset the cost.
So, Councillor Hensby, that will be a separate, if you want to bring that forward next.
Thank you.
Great. Mayor Fillmore?
Thank you very much, and I'll be supporting this. I want to thank Councillor White for bringing it forward. As you see in the briefing note, this will result in a yield of 1.8 times the investment in staff time, salary, and benefits through fines gathered. I think it reflects a very responsible way to make sure that new staffing results in new revenue, and I'm very happy to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Fillmore. Councillor White, did you want to close and I'll go to another speaker, or would you like to continue? Councillor St. Amand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to support this as well, as I did the first time Councillor White brought this forward. We have additional clarity in the briefing note that provides unequivocal evidence that not only does this cover its own costs, but it's also a significant improvement in the service that residents wind up seeing coming from the municipality. So in my mind, that's a victory on two fronts. So I'm very happy to support this motion, and I hope everybody else will as well.
Thank you, Councillor St. Amand. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. And so I just want to chime in on the building this into the budget. Generally, I think, I've always had the approach that I think we're better off to put things on the bow so we can see the entirety. However, this is just such an obvious no-brainer in terms of we get better service and it actually puts money back. I think in this instance, building it in is appropriate. And I also don't see how it could, building in something like the parking increase, which will have a lot of feedback if we go there, is a different thing than this. So I think this makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. Councillor White.
Yes, thank you, everyone. I think there's lots more to talk about with parking, but just wanted to reiterate that the ask on this one was just to hire people to do more of what we're already doing. So that's why it's kind of clean and provides better service and saves us money. So I ask you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor White. Do we call for the question? Madam Clerk. Motion carries. Thank you very much, Councillor White. We'll now go back to our list. Councillor Hertling.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I am looking at BAL 039, increased parking fees for on-street parking. It's got like a $2 million surplus to it. Like that would be a $2 million, well, $2 million and change. Add on to our revenues. I'm just wondering if I think I want to move this only because I think it's an important thing that we have the debate and the discussion from the outset. This seems like the right idea as far as I can tell. If there was ever a year for us to make adjustments in our parking prices, surely this would be the year where our tax increases are already so unmanageable. I think that it's a responsible thing to do. But I'm just wondering if you have anything that you might want to say, because I do believe that I'll move it. I'll ask for it to be added for further debate. Thank you.
Was there a seconder? Did I miss that? Councillor Hensby, thank you. My apologies.
So through the chair to the councillor, this is anybody that's been around the last couple of years, a little bit of, as Councillor Austin suggested, we'll get some feedback on this one for sure. And I just want everybody to know, like we don't do fulsome engagement on, a speculative briefing note. So the business associations as of right now they might be prepared because it was last year and it was the year before as well, but both those times turned down by council. But there is that piece there's a little bit of a gap in this process.
Thank you, Councillor Hertling. Councillor Austin.
Are we on the main motion still?
No,
I thought we just went
I believe
to...
we're on the amendment. Oh, okay. So we're just repopulating. You might have been on the main motion. So we're going to repopulate this one based on the request for the BAL of 039. Thank you. Did you buzz in?
What I'm looking
Councillor
for.
White.
Thank you, Chair. is some clarification on what specifically you're moving, because there's a lot of options within this BAL, Councillor Hartling. I've got some interests and others not. I'm curious of what you're bringing forward here, because there's things to choose from in this briefing note.
I guess I'm going to, that's kind of the challenge, is that I honestly don't know myself, which is why I think it should be open for debate. But fundamentally, I think that if there is a year that we should renegotiate how we think about parking and pricing for parking, this is the year to do it. I think that, we are in a very challenging year, and this is an opportunity for us to generate further revenue. So I will leave it there. If there are pieces that you object to, I would suggest that you talk about it now.
Yeah, it's point of order. There's no motion here yet.
Excuse me. So the BAL was for 039, and it was 2 million and whatever that total number that is there.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Austin.
Having a conversation on this by any means, Councillor Hartling. I think we just have to structure this, because that 2 million, like commuter parking permit, like you could raise it 20, you could raise it 25%. There's a bunch of different options buried in this. So I don't know that any of us know what the 2 million is. I think we'd be better off to tackle, if we want to do a parking discussion, to take these one by one so that we actually know what this is. Unless the 2 million is just assumes everyone the highest option and all of them. Oh, they're nodding over there. So I guess that's what's been moved.
Yes, it is. So I think in terms of your point of order, Councillor Austin, councillors can bring forward their thoughts on total, or that they're okay with one piece or another, and then we'll try to figure out from there if we're voting separately or if we're voting on the entire amount. How's that? So let's see where the discussion takes us. Thank you. Councillor Hartling, you have the floor.
I was chiming in only to close, so.
Then Councillor Austin.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Chair. When I look at this, I can go for some of this, but not for some other chunks of it. I think introducing paid parking on Sunday when the demand is much less and when most cities don't charge on a Sunday, I'm not really in favor of that one. I could go for adding paid parking on Saturday onto the BAL. I think we will probably get an earful, but I would put that on the BAL. Into the evening on weekdays, I'm kind of in that same boat, right? Most cities out there close off their parking at 6. So I think the paid parking on Saturday, that's the one that I have the most interest in terms of expanding hours. In terms of parking rates, I do have a question there for Lucas. So Councillor White has this parking benefit zone motion out, and you guys are doing some work. What's the ETA on that returning to us? Because I think if we're talking about the amounts, that might be a better place to have that conversation than maybe in this particular form.
Through the chair to the councillor, it's a very, very astute point, because we had this conversation downstairs, is that we are going to be back in the next couple of months. Unfortunately, it wasn't timed with the budget. And for those councillors that don't know how a parking benefit district typically works, is we would allocate some of the revenue to the actual parking district, whether that's through a council directed fund or through the bid itself. Often the money flows right to the bids, and then they can hire staff that clean up litter or do whatever they do. So it is a complicated position we're in, because if you do pass this and then we're back in 2 months inherently looking again at what the rates are and how we're going to distribute that and what that means to the budget, it's going to be a little bit of a duplicative conversation, especially because you're looking at the revenue piece. And if you're looking at siphoning off some of that revenue because it's in a parking benefit district, you know,
That
we're
might
not
be when we want to raise rates.
exactly right. So you're on the right track. I don't really have a clear answer for you because that conversation still has to happen.
So with that in mind, I think we should not raise the actual parking rates until that report comes. Then we can look at that in its entirety. And so then that leaves just the last one on the list, the monthly commuter permit fees, which is a whole different beast. I'm fine with raising those by $20. So that's my pitch, colleagues, is I would vote for, I won't vote for this whole thing, but I would vote to put Saturday on. I would not support increasing the paid parking rates because I want to have that report before we go to that discussion. And I would be in support of increasing the monthly commuter permit fee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. Now you might see on your screens that we're starting to separate all of them out, and then we can vote individually, and that will help us be more clear in our conversation. How's that? So if I go now to the speakers list, can everybody see the change on the screen, what they're working through? Excellent. I'm looking to my left. Councillors, can you see what's coming on your screens? Deputy Mayor, Councillor Morse? Yes? Yes, we'll be able to vote separately. Okay, so now we'll go back to our speakers list. Mayor Fillmore.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I have some things to say, but help me with process. If I would like to make some changes, am I asking the mover for whether they're a friendly amendment or would you?
If you have a friendly amendment, yes, it would be the request to the mover and the seconder.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's sort out if we get this done. The briefing note brings parking fees into the discussion about how we can diversify revenues and reduce our reliance on property taxes. So that's a really good thing. And I also note that Census Canada says that we continue to be the fastest growing city in the country. We've evolved to be the 13th largest city, in fact. And the jurisdictional scan shows that, in the briefing note, shows that many municipalities similar size to Halifax already have paid parking on Saturdays. That's not a new idea. And I think that opens the door for us to consider that at long last, perhaps. I recognize that this raises concerns. I know that people in HRM like to support businesses on Saturdays, and I think that's really important. We don't want to discourage that. We don't want to prevent people from coming to downtown Dartmouth or downtown Halifax or downtown anywhere else. But in the end, we do have to balance the two competing priorities of protecting local businesses from any negative impact from increasing creating parking fees on Saturdays, but also protecting them from the tax rate increases that they also have to pay on the commercial rate. So there is a balance here, and we need to find that balance. The staff report also makes the important point that parking fees have not been adjusted since 2023. And when that did happen, that was a 25% increase with no discernible decline in demand or behavior of people parking. And if I'm incorrect about that, I hope someone will tell me. So with that in mind, I would like to somehow put forward that we do introduce parking fees on Saturdays, but in recognition of this, in support of businesses, that we do follow one of the suggestions or options that were presented in the briefing note, to wait an hour, to give a first hour free, so that there can be some churn in parking. People can get in and get out without having to pay on a Saturday, and that will be good for businesses and good to not disincentivize people to come into our downtown areas where this parking occurs. So, let's add parking fees on Saturday. Let's give the first hour free, and I have another idea about increasing fees across the board by 25%, but I have a feeling I should separate that out. Maybe you'll take that? We take the two of those as friendly? The 25% across the board, Monday to Saturday.
Mr. Mayor, for clarity, how about when we get to the first item, if we do the first item A, and then you bring the friendly amendments at each one?
Okay.
And so the mover and the seconder being Councillor Hensby, if they both agree, to the friendly amendments, we could put them on A and B. And then when we discuss D, then we can talk about the 25%.
Okay, just to
Is
be
that what
clear,
you're-
Madam Chair, I didn't propose to move B, parking on fees on Sundays, just on Saturdays. Yeah, just on Saturdays. So the friendly amendment to A is first hour free. And then I'm also, and D is already moved, so I'll just vote in favor of that. Okay. Thank you.
So we're just getting clarity on the friendly amendment. Is that what we're doing? Yeah. Okay.
Through. Do you want to speak? Okay. Through the chair to the counselor, or to, I guess, our lawyer. Yeah, I think it's something we'd have to. I mean, it's achievable, but it's a complicated achievable because it moves into almost, how we mark in unpaid parking. So we'll like mark the plate or mark the tire, and then we come back around, right? And so it'd be somewhat difficult to do, especially on Saturday when we kind of run a smaller contingent of parking enforcement officers. Now, maybe that changes with this, but I think it is quite difficult to achieve overall because
your revenue numbers are going to be based on when you determine the parking started, which
that's right. And these revenue numbers in here are based on Saturday paid parkings. They're not based on first hour free. So we certainly, I think we all know this, many people would never pay. And a lot of people would get away with that because we'd pass once and we're not necessarily going to pass again exactly an hour later, right? So, but I appreciate that the business district will like this way more.
So understanding the complication of the first hour free, would you like to remove that?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'll remove that, but reserve the right to come back to it and explore how we can use the parking app to make that happen, or other technology. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. I think the numbers look a little bit confusing for me, so I'm just going to go to the top of the list down with your consensus. So the next speaker on the list is Councillor White.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Hartling, for putting this all out there. I think my thoughts on this are in line with what Councillor Austin has already iterated. Like, I don't feel like raising the rates right now is the right time before we see that parking benefit district thing, so we can make the best decision when we see that. So what I'm in favor of moving forward with is the implementing Saturday parking, the commuter permits at $20. And I've got a note to myself about event nights. Is that something that's been proposed in here, or that was a maybe later? I think that's a good thing to look into. And is it
Councillor
part
White, it
of
might be
this?
something you want to come back to after we vote on this, because it is not in these three, these
Well,
five
I
that are
guess
here.
It's not.
It's not on this file.
It's not in this room. Thank you. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Hensby.
Well, Madam Chair, in regards to the proposal of the 25% increase, I would rather see the 50 cent across the board on all zones. The rates are very similar, very close to one another, but I think the 50 cents across the board is probably, in my opinion, more reasonable, more acceptable than the 25% increase across all rates. So that's only my opinion on that, but I don't know how other councillors feel. But if you look at the tables, compare table 6 and 7, they're rather close, but the 50 cents is probably, in my opinion, a lot easier to implement and a lot more acceptable too.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby. And if when we vote that fails, then you can come back with your recommendation for another amendment. Councillor Hartling. Oh,
sorry, through the chair to the mayor, full respect to the mayor, we got a text back from our tech expert, and we believe we can do it through our platform. And so you would probably just show up. You'd have to put in right away on a Saturday, and it would just be programmed that the first hour's free. And then we'd still be able to check the way we normally check.
So we go back to the friendly amendment and restate it. First hour free. We can restate it.
It's in there.
Great, thank you. Councillor Hartling.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The only question that I have, and thank you so much for the dialogue, everybody. When we talk about increasing our paid parking rates by 25%, you had already said that the motion for parking benefit districts, that's not going to happen in this year's budget anyway. Like that motion won't be returning to council in advance of the completion of this year's budget. So at the end of the day, we're leaving money on the table, I would argue, unnecessarily, because we are going to have to raise rates, and whatever we do with the parking benefit districts will be happening in a future year. Yeah, I just wanted to say that. I appreciate the parking benefit district motion is out there in the universe, but that's not going to reflect the 26-27 budget anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hartling. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. And so with the on again, off again, on again, Saturday, first hour free, the only thing, and maybe staff can come back if that passes in the briefing note, because it will be on the ballot, we'll need to adjust that number, because we can't budget for money that we're not going to have. Like, we can't willfully lie to ourselves and say we're going to make $538,000 on Saturday when we're giving away the first hour for free. So the amount will have to be adjusted down probably quite substantially. So as long as we understand that and that is done for the ballot, I think that's fine. I don't think we necessarily need to have that figure today. On the parking benefit district, just like to Councillor Hartling's point about leaving money on the table, yes, but no. I mean, what's the ETA, Lucas? I heard months for the parking benefit report.
Through the chair to the council, yeah, we're getting close. I would expect it in the next number of months for sure. You know, the thing with the parking benefit district, to support Councillor Hartling's point, is that it would involve extensive consultation with the bids as well. So it is probably a much slower process.
So it's not just we get that report back and
and then you're going to do it, right? So I think there's a program that needs to roll out that probably would be more best suited for next budget year.
Okay. I mean, the whole thing, we're going to have, it's going to be a hornet's nest in the inbox on this one, from the bids and from folks, if we're looking at that. And if maybe I've been down this road too many times, it never ends up passing in the end. And I think the way to do that is with the parking benefit district, because then it's no longer about, well, hey, you're just taxing downtown more, and their competitors in the suburbs don't have to pay for the same sort of thing because parking is free out there. But the parking benefit district kind of turns the calculation on its head, because it's like, oh yes, you're paying more, but then that money's going back into reinvesting in the area. Much like, I think it was it the mayor who referenced the waterfront in Halifax or maybe it was in the bids letter about the classic example, because all those waterfront parking lots over the years actually paid to make the waterfront what it is today. And so, to raise this now, I mean, we could, but then when the parking benefits come in, we're either then making a decision to, okay, now we're going to give up some of this revenue if we go down that route to share with the bids, or we're telling the bids, you can have a parking benefit district, but you're going to have to raise parking rates again. And so I feel like we're better to wait for that conversation, to have that whole piece back, because what we continually try and do on this has never worked out, and I think that we'd be better off to try something different. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. Councillor White.
Yes, that is similar to my thinking on the parking benefits. Is if we make these all of this change now, that there might be less engagement on, like for example, the Saturday. I'm okay with adding that now because we're just not in line with other cities. But I hope that this Saturday piece can still be a part of that parking benefits conversation. If we're going to bring it in now and just say it's city money forever, I'm not okay with that. I want to look at how we can do this in a way that everybody's on board and benefits in the right way. So yeah, so I think that's why I'm not going to support D for raising the rates across the board, because I want to wait for that parking benefits report to go forward on it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Hensby.
Yeah, will be lots of letters from the business improvement districts is one thing, but also from the rural and suburban commuters, because, you know, even though they lost they're saving money on the bridge tolls, they'd be asked to pay more for parking downtown or even commuter fees. So I don't see this being an imposition to the urban folks, because they walk and use their bicycles in downtown, so they don't need to worry about parking. So I'm more concerned about that, but we need the revenue, so I'm prepared to have this increase on the parking meters and parking fees.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby. Seeing no other names on the list, we will call for the question and we will vote for each item. Yes. So I'll get this on my screen. So we'll be voting for the 1A, add paid parking on Saturdays with the first hour free. That's not on there, Krista? Yeah, it came back on. It was to add paid parking on Saturdays with the first hour free. Yeah, it went back on. Thank you. So, thank you. So we're voting there on that first one, 1A. And the motion has carried. So now we'll be voting on 1B, add paid parking on Sundays. And that motion fails. Item C, add evening 6 to 8 p.m. paid parking on weekdays. And it is a tie, and therefore the motion fails. We're now voting on D, increase paid parking rates by 25%. That motion passes. So we're now on the E, increase monthly commuter permit fees by $20 a month. And that motion passes. Thank you very much, everyone. And so now we will take an afternoon break and we will come back at 2:45.
No, you need to remote because they said that, and I'm like,
Well, welcome back. So we're still with Public Works, everyone, and we're just waiting to see the speakers list come up. The speakers list? Oh, we've got no one on the speakers list. Sorry. Thank you, Councillor Austin.
Sorry, Ms. Chair. I thought I didn't realize we still had there was a blank list. I'd like to move the Metro Park fee increase.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini, for the second. Councillor Austin.
Yeah, I'm just trying to scroll to find it. I wasn't expecting to be up first. Whatever the amount was, 150. The report outlines that we are not out of line, as Councillor Hensby already talked about, with the other parking garages downtown, other than those that are parking garages that are also gambling institutions. So I think there's room to move on this one, and I think we should add that one to our BAL.
Is that to BAL or just to build it in?
I think we're probably about to get an earful on parking, so I think I'd like to put it on the BAL and not preempt people's feedback that they might have to the decisions we've made.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. Jerry, did you have a comment? No? Okay. Councillor Steele?
This was for something different. This was on the, not on the amendment. Not on the BAL.
So on the amendment, Councillor Hartling, are you on the amendment? Oh. My apologies, Madam Clerk, I was too quick. So if you would like to buzz in if you're on the amendment. So Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lucas, do we have any, and this may come in a briefing or we may not have this information, do we have any idea who uses that parking lot? Is it, what percentage is people that are working downtown versus visitors? Do we have any sense, or do we have any way to track that? I'm not sure if it's possible, but.
Through the chair to the councillor, no, we don't. I mean, it is in theory operated by a third party. So
right. Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini. Councillor Hart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to say that I, again, really support this. I think that if there is a time and a year to do it and think about appropriate pricing for parking, I think that this is the year. As much as I'm sure that we're going to receive some feedback about, increasing the cost of parking, the alternative is putting it on everybody's municipal tax rate. So here we are, right? So I'm happy to have that conversation on the ballot. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hartling. Councillor Hensby.
Well, Madam Chair, my only question is why they only proposing a 10% increase? If we did 25% increase for parking on the street, why not be consistent with all parking? Right now, they're only suggesting only a 10% increase for the parkade. So, I think we're going to do it. Might as well bite the bullet and have it equal across the board on the street or in a parkade. 25% increase across the board.
Councillor Hensby, were you asking the person who made the motion to adopt that as a friendly motion?
Well,
And
maybe I could ask staff
he's shaking his head no.
Maybe I could ask staff why they're only suggesting a 10% where the other recommendations were 25%.
Through the chair to the councillor, certainly that would be an option. We do have an operating agreement though, so we would have to go back and just make sure we're still in alignment. So preferably then push this to the BAL so we could come back and make sure that that's achievable.
Yeah, I'm looking at that, but it's still, I think 10% is still kind of low. Anyway, I'll leave it at that, but I'm just my opinion. I think it should be higher than 10%.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby. Councillor White.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for moving this motion. I am in favor of it. I just wanted to comment on Councillor Hensby's question there. It is important that street parking cost more than off street in trying to get in parking theory, I guess. Maybe Lucas, if you're able to speak to that, how it makes sense to have the off street be a little less than the highest desirable parking is on street, so it should be the highest price, is my understanding of the theory behind it. So I think this is a price recommended by staff that I'd prefer to go with rather than jacking it up myself.
Through the chair to the councillor, yeah, that's correct. I mean, typically you want really high turnover on your street parking, so people that are interacting with our storefronts and restaurants and things like that are coming and going, and people that are, spending whole days parking in one spot are directed to lower cost options. So they're not taking those valuable spots on the street. So,
thank you.
Thank you, Councillor White. I see no other speakers. Call for the question. Motion carries. Thank you all very much. And now we're back on the main motion again. And we'll just take a moment to repopulate the speakers list. Councillor Mancini.
No, sorry.
Nope. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question for Lucas around the Active School Travel Program. I know we've run some pilots at some schools, and I guess I'm wondering, probably there was an evaluation of the pilots. What did we learn? And then what are we proposing? I know earlier when we talked about the road safety program, you mentioned a few things about the Active School Travel Program. But I'm wondering, what are we planning on? What are we planning on this? Do we have some concrete plans? And do we have priority areas as well where we know there've been concerns or higher risk areas around the schools? I'm just curious. I get a large number of calls around school safety, and I also have taken the opportunity to witness some unsafe conditions around some of the schools in my district. So I'm very interested in knowing a little bit more about what our investments might be in this area.
Through the chair to the councillor. So there's two programs. The Active School Travel Program is council funded that last year through the capital at a cost of $250,000. We have a consultant right now that is looking at all our schools and saying, how do we make travel to these schools safer? What are the gaps? Are there sidewalks? Are there crosswalks? Are we, targeting the areas where the majority of the kids are coming from? And so providing an assessment of where those gaps are. When we get that back, that would then be prioritized via capital and a conversation at council. I think what you're talking about is it's the school street closure program. And that was passed as maybe probably about 3 years ago now. And there was a number of pilots that were done. The program, for us, because we are very small staff, is very hands-off. So we sort of set the parameters, but we leave it up to the schools and the parents and the volunteers to run the program and to consistently run the program. For safety reasons, we can't, have it, closed one day and then not closed the next day, right? And so I think coming out of that, I believe we had information in that on the road safety report. Was it in this year? Yeah, I think there was language around the success of that pilot in the road safety report when it came back. But there is no plans from an HRM perspective to quote unquote expand it, because we don't have the staff or the money or the resources to really even manage it. We just set the parameters and essentially said, if the schools want to do it and they have the resources to do it, this is how you do it.
Okay. So on the Active School Travel Program, that's more longer term. When do you expect that report will come to council?
Through the chair to the councillor, not until late in the year. The work is still with the consultant right now.
Okay. Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Steele. Mayor Fillmore.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. Just a couple of questions, 3 quick snappers on potholes. Everybody's favorite. I'm wondering if there are any investments planned in this year's budget specifically aimed at improving response times. That's the first one. Any steps being taken to minimize disruption and contribution to congestion while the work is underway, like time of day or anything else like that? And then the last one is you referenced the use of AI tools and other capital investments that, like liquid velocity patching, for example. Could you say a little bit more about how those initiatives are expected to improve service level outcomes for residents? Oh, and also I'm recalling last week we heard from the director of IT, was it bus mounted cameras learning where potholes are? And maybe that's connected to the AI piece. Thanks.
So through the chair to the mayor, nice easy questions. So like I said, we have a review ongoing right now. So one of the things is we were falling behind. There's no doubt the roads are in fairly bad shape right now. So we actually did an emergency procurement earlier this month to get private sector help with the pothole program. We are going to find money for that, but currently technically unfunded. As you can see, I think Councillor Purdy pointed out, I mean, there are the growth of potholes is tremendous, and I would comfortably say that an investment in that would be smart, but we don't have plans right now for any additional investment as part of this budget. We're moving through the review. Like I said, we did a performance excellence review on it. That just finished. To your point, one of the things that are coming out is, do we shift a lot of the program tonight? That is under consideration, and there are a number of different initiatives in there that I believe would make us more effective. So the question around funding isn't straight. I think it's straightforward in that we do have a gap, period. But what makes it not straightforward is I'm not sure what that gap is yet. I think we can do better with what we have now, but I still strongly believe there's a gap even after we do that, right? And as I tied it to the LOS earlier, you can only expect as the road conditions deteriorate to get this, to make this will only get worse and worse every year. So the number of potholes we find will only grow as the condition of our roads go down. The AI piece, same piece. So it's a tool that goes on front of the buses or on front of our vehicles, and it scans the road for potholes, and it can do it tremendously faster than obviously our own staff can. We can program it to create the work orders and do all the work that other people are doing right now. So we believe there's a lot of opportunity between a couple different technologies to improve the program. Again, what that looks like will probably be part of next year's consideration. But we are looking at, shifting around to prioritize it as best we can with our current budget envelope.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Purdy.
Okay, thanks, Lucas, because I was going to follow up on the potholes too. So the review that you're undertaking right now will lead towards recommendations that you'll bring to council for impacting next year's budget, because I was wondering why there wasn't any overs on this for pothole prioritizations. And is there anything else that you could recommend now that you think would be helpful?
Through the chair to the councillor, like I said, I think there's a larger conversation to be had. I mentioned earlier that we were looking at the LOS and bringing that back to council this year before the summer. We have this in draft already, and we typically spend about 50 to 60 million on road recapitalization every year, has been our pattern. Under the old LOS, that number was expected to grow to $110 million in a couple years, and I think everybody around this table knows that that's not very achievable. So we're changing the framework around good, fair, and poor, and what we're trying to target based on the type of roads. But that number's still going to be in the $80 to $90 million range. So there's a very big gap there. And as I said to the mayor, you know, potholes are the symptom of a much larger problem. And so I don't know how to answer your question per se. I think when we get to the LOS report, I think that's a good opportunity to talk about what the budget looks like going forward. Again, we're not, even if you gave me $30 million for roads right now, we couldn't spend it. We don't have any designs done. We're not ready to spend that money.
Right.
Could we use, you know, additional funding for asphalt repair? Absolutely.
And on the asphalt repair and the potholes, we have an 8-centimeter depth for priority 1 categorization. Is there any room on that to move? Because when you have these big potholes, I mean, that is a real safety hazard for drivers, especially if they're having to veer into oncoming lanes of traffic to avoid damaging their car. Has that been considered?
Through the chair to the councillor, what I'll say is another additional piece is, you know, we could look at those service levels going forward. We're not, I just leaned in to ask Ms. Adet whether we had any idea about when those were determined and when the last time were they adjusted. And I don't think we do at this table. But I think as we move forward with the LOS, and I think that's the big discussion around this whole thing, because it's all very tied together. You know, that is something certainly we could consider. Yeah, how we address big P2s, and you know, it's kind of funny because you get a P2, but if it's big enough, it's really a P1 within a couple weeks anyways. Yeah, exactly. And so there's some nuance there, and those, again, we're done a review, and those are all recognized in the review outcomes and what it's suggesting going forward. So we really just have to sort of work this stuff in and then come back to council to highlight what it's going to look like.
Okay, looking forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy. Councillor Morris.
Just on the same subject, it's micromanaging a little bit here, but are you looking at all at proximity? I think it drives residents crazy when they see crews come out, they fix a priority 1, and then they're in the area, but they don't touch the priority 2s. They just drive away and leave those behind. So is there any way to address potholes that are in the vicinity of each other?
Through the chair to the councillor, I believe that was number 0.2 in the presentation on what we should start doing. So it's coming.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morris. Councillor Purdy.
Sorry. On potholes again. And also consideration for main corridors where there's heavy amounts of traffic, because that's really the biggest safety hazards there.
So through the chair to the councillor, we do prioritize main corridors. Part of the issue with the main corridor, and Mayor touched on this rightly, we need massive amounts of traffic control to do it, right? And timing in the day often impacts, and being able to get traffic control, period, often impacts our response to those ones. And they're highly disruptive when we do go in. So we're trying to balance those needs.
Sorry. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy. Councillor St. Amand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lucas, you just prompted me to ask a follow-up based on what you just said. So are there opportunities to do pothole fixes at night at all in order to minimize the impacts? I know you still have to do a degree of traffic control, but ideally it would be far less disruptive under those circumstances. Is that even doable?
Through the chair to the councillor, you know, there's point number 3 in the presentation, so it's on the table. What that looks like is a different question, right? Because we have to get people that work overnight, and we have to get crews, and it's a whole different setup, right? So if and when that, you know, happens, it's under consideration, I guess I would say, but there's a lot of conversation to happen before that something like that happens.
Okay.
Yeah.
Another unrelated question. So I'm curious if you're seeing impacts in corridors that themselves may or may not be considered primary corridors, although I suspect Larry UTEC is considered one. But it just so happens to house a couple of industrial connections that mean that heavy traffic travels through there on a regular basis. Are you tracking actively what kind of impact that's having on the condition of the road in those areas?
Through the counselor, or through the chair to the counselor, I'm not going to say we're tracking it specifically, but we do road condition analysis, and certainly we know which roads are failing faster, but we don't, inherently tie it to zoning or anything along those
Causal
lines.
attribution may not be happening.
You're correct. If there's a ton of dump trucks on a road, that's going to fail way more faster than the road in front of your house, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor St. Amand. I don't see any other questions. If I might have one quick question from the chair. Lucas, do we keep any data on personal vehicle damage that's reported as a result of the potholes and the state of the roads?
Through the chair to the chair. We don't. I'm trying to get Mr. Trave's eyes, because he might know a little bit more, because that's with their insurance group, and I don't know how much or what we track in terms of the potholes and the
well, the insurance group tracks the claims that comes through in terms of the number that are received, so there is some data there in terms of what we have. But again, it comes back to the service standard and whether in fact the potholes have been made aware to the municipality. Is that what you're looking for, or are you looking at the amount?
I think, not to speak for the counselor, but I think she was looking for like data on the amount, and
I'd have to go back and see for the area. But yes, we would have a running total as to what the claims are. I do know anecdotally that the claims are obviously up at this point, given our experience in potholes, as is the successful claims, because there are claims and then there are successful claims, and that's, I think, in large measure due to the success of councillors in reminding residents to call 311 and report the matter.
Thank you. Yes, I guess my point is that would be a metric that should be considered when we're talking about where we invest money, because it is a related cost. So it was just having that information as a metric. Thank you very much. No other names on the list to speak, to ask a question. So Lucas is off the hook. Thank you very much, Mr. Pitts and team. We really appreciate this. And now we move on to Parks and Recreation, and we welcome Maggie MacDonald and her team behind her. And see how many people get to go back to work because we're so focused. Isn't that great? Welcome, Maggie.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, councillors. My name is Maggie MacDonald. I'm the Executive Director of Parks and Recreation. With me is Kelly Barry, who's the coordinator for Parks and Recreation, and the director team are in the room here as well, ready to answer questions. And I'll take the opportunity, since we just finished with Public Works, for those of you who sat in traffic this morning, to remind you who offers yoga in the organization here. Our mission for Parks and Recreation is to work to create a Halifax where everyone has access to meaningful recreation experiences that foster healthy lifestyles, vibrant communities, and sustainable environment. I'll also take the moment to offer appreciation for the staff in Parks and Recreation, from young people who may be working their first summer jobs to some of the longest serving employees in the municipality. Our employees make a difference every day in our community. I will also take a brief moment to highlight some of the major milestones that we've reached in the past year, including, in concert with our colleagues in ICT, the launch of a new recreation software that improves the user experience and provides enhanced online booking capabilities, We just got word last week that we have been formally awarded B City status. We had our Youth Works program, which is a program for youth who need help with employability skills. That program has been accredited for high school, providing high school credit. So youth in that program actually get to use that work experience as credit towards high school diploma. We supported and facilitated the development of a new integrated tourism master plan led by Discover Halifax. We completed a new regional museum strategy and opened a new artificial turf field at Lockview. So this is just a short list, but I did want to take the chance to highlight some of these things. As a business unit, we continue to grapple with the benefits of and challenges of growth, as Commissioner Hamilton spoke of in her opening remarks, of maintaining and working in and on aging indoor and outdoor assets, and with trying to ensure that our assets and services are inclusive and accessible. Next slide, please. So I won't speak to the individual actions in the next 3 slides around the links to the strategic action plan, but I did want to make a general comment on it and highlight just a couple of the items. I would suggest the reason the strategic plan alignment piece stretches over 3 slides for our business unit is because the scope of our work contributes to community outcomes in a large number of areas, from building well-planned, livable and healthy communities, growing the visitor economy, retaining residents, building social cohesion, improving public safety, and improving well-being. These are all outcomes associated with the work that we do. Some of the specific items that speak to themes that I mentioned around growth, infrastructure, and accessibility include the development of parks and outdoor facilities priorities plan and an indoor recreation facilities plan. So this is crucial to catching up with the growth that we've already seen and anticipating next steps for the planning that we do as a business unit. Improving data quality for a number of our assets, but it's particularly playing fields as they age, to be able to anticipate better when they need to be fully recapitalized, and working to advance the development of wilderness parks. So if you can move ahead to the efficiency slide, Kelly. So this slide highlights a few areas that staff have been working on to help reduce cost, improve services, or increase revenues. For example, just to highlight a couple, staff have begun work on a columbarium in Camp Hill Cemetery. Columbarium is a structure that houses cremated remains. So these, and we have another one planned for the coming year. These provide residents more options for permanent placement of cremated remains. Staff routinely work to take advantage of grant opportunities. For example, our Canada Summer Jobs grants this year exceeded the number that we received last year. We do take advantage of opportunities such as provincial grants through Communities, Culture and Heritage, and from outside organizations such as Maple Leaf Sports and Entertainment on the redevelopment of the Highland Park basketball courts, and I'll speak a little bit about that at the end. We continue to expand and improve our asset inspection program. This program was initiated in 2021 to have annual or biannual inspections of park assets, including playing fields and sports courts, among others. And as we've progressed, other asset types have continued to be added. This past year, we added trails to that program. And this program helps us reduce service requests, gives us a better understanding of life cycle management of our assets, gives us improved evidence for capital decision-making, and extends the life of assets by identifying early repairs that can save money in the longer term. Next slide, please. So our draft budget includes an increase of 3.7 full-time equivalents. The first 3 lines there are positions approved through operating cost of capital associated with the Cogswell project, and they move into our wage model this year. They're already the existing positions that now move into our regular operating budget. So the project saw 4 parks come online and a roundabout and a very significant number of horticultural beds as part of that redevelopment. The point one change is a conversion of a position from a laborer to a gardener. That provides more flexibility for us in that position. And the cultural developer position was approved by Budget Committee during its discussions in November in support of not only the museum strategy, but also our ongoing operational needs related to cultural assets. Next slide, please. So this slide speaks to where the pressures are coming from that contribute to the increase that is proposed for Parks and Recreation. The single biggest expenditure increase that we have is associated to the continued expansion of the Affordable Access Program. So that includes its expansion to multi-district facilities, as well as ongoing growth in that program that we've seen for HRM Recreation. Compensation changes account for an increase of approximately $860,000, including salary increases, as well as which is both salary increases and casual wage increases associated with minimum wage changes. The line speaking to subsidies and Discover Halifax adjustment includes the correction of an error that was in the amount that was included last year for Discover Halifax, as well as some small subsidy changes such as the council approved increase to the Lake District Recreation contribution of an increase of $50,000. Other inflationary pressures include things like contracts that are expected to increase associated with increases in the living wage, increase to dog and goose waste that we affectionately call our poop budget, and increased demands for state of good repair work. On the positive side of the ledger, we continue to see revenue growth, though we do expect that in future years this will level off, depending on population growth, but also as we reach capacity on assets and as our assets age. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the budgets for multi-district facilities. Based on our current fiscal situation, staff requested multi-district facilities not to budget for an increase this year. Some did in the end put forward a requested increase, but staff are recommending to keep MDFs as a whole at last year's level and individually the same, except for Cole Harbour Place and the Forum, with a decrease in Cole Harbour Place's proposed decrease, and that would offset a slight increase for the Forum based on anticipated opening of the new rink at Dalhousie and continued pressures associated with this shelter being housed at the multi-purpose center. Next slide, please. So this slide presents completed or sort of just do it's in the green and potential budget reductions. The green changes include increasing fees for the Gifts for Parks program, which has been administratively completed typically. And so we anticipate staff are planning to do that. That's a program with very high demand. We anticipate that demand to be maintained even with an increase in prices. In yellow, we have identified potential increases, including an increase of an additional 1% over the planned 2% increase for general recreation fees, and an increase of 11% for ice bookings. These, if implemented, would have to be implemented in the second half of the year in order to allow for the time needed to change the administrative order and make other administrative and systems changes. While we recognize the ice rental rates would have an impact on users and don't relish such a change, they are low in HRM relative to other jurisdictions, and like other rates have not kept pace with inflation since the introduction of our fee bylaw in 2022. Further, because HRM sets the rates for a relatively large number of ice surfaces in HRM, we lead the market, making it difficult for other providers to increase their rates if we don't change ours. Based on direction from Budget Committee, we reached out to those with whom we hold contribution agreements, and you'll see these three indicated here. We've had discussions with these three groups, and I would characterize these potential reductions as likely manageable to varying degrees for these groups But we can certainly speak more to the impacts on them if Budget Committee would like to have that information. And next slide. Finally, staff looked at the Affordable Access Program. Most other jurisdictions that we've looked at don't offer a 100% discount through their respective affordable access programs. And further, there are some challenges associated with 100% discounts, such as there not being a disincentive to book a space and cancel it if you don't show up. So there are some challenges there. In the time that we had, staff were not able to do the degree of analysis that we would have liked to have done in order to inform what this change could look like and what potential impacts might be. But staff could certainly go away and consider this more. There are potentially other ways to address some of those administrative challenges associated with the program. And I'll just close with this slide. This is a picture of one of our successful projects this year. It was a collaboration with MLSE, Giants of Africa, and sponsored by Sobeys. The court was reconstructed to professional grade basketball standards, got new asphalt and acrylic surfacing, new fencing, a new accessible entrance, and accessible bleachers. Staff included in the tender that the successful contractor was required to engage with Phoenix Learning and Employment Center to hire local youth. And so 4 local youth ended up working on a work placement during the building of the court. And on top of this, with very tight timelines throughout the entire project. So I think it's a nice example of how Parks and Rec touches the community in different ways and drives positive outcomes by working in partnership with different groups. And I'll close with that and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Maggie. And our first question comes from Councillor Gillis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Maggie, for the presentation. Just have a clarification question around BAL 020, the LDRA reduction. I mean, last year we just gave them a 5-year commitment for $100,000. Could you explain why the reduction?
Through the chair to the councillor, this is associated to the request that came from Budget Committee. We did go out to the 3 groups with whom we hold contribution agreements. So we had discussions with them as to what could be manageable. I would say we heard a few things. One is that there was definite sympathy, I'll say, with the position that we're in and an understanding of the position that the municipality is in, and so openness to have that discussion. There was a message that they certainly appreciated that if everybody was being asked to find savings and to give something up, that was something that was important to everybody we talked to, that equitable approach. And specifically on the LDRA, what we saw was that the project that had been associated to the increase last year, the solar panel project, while it's been sort of further funded by federal government in the interim, there remains portions that, it's not 100% coverage, so they would be able to, if with the assistance of the municipality or with the money that the municipality had identified, would be able to expand that further, increasing their sustainability in the long run. And they have other projects such as their boards, which are in need as well. So the presence of additional funding sort of between when the municipality put its original amount in and now, that presence of additional funding didn't negate the need, I guess, from their perspective for funding, but they did recognize that if everybody was being asked for something to give up, that if they would be willing to sort of see that to give up a similar amount to others.
Right, that's kind of what I was getting at, was they did receive a grant for $1.3 million for solar. Yep. I just wanted to put that on the record. And thank you. And you did have conversations with them, right? They are aware this is happening.
Through the chair to the council, yes, we did have conversations with them. They did want to bring it to their board, and I understand the board meeting hasn't happened yet. Okay. But we've had conversations with the president and a couple of board members. So what we were able to do in the time that we've had those discussions, but the full board hasn't I think hasn't sort of made.
Excellent. Thanks for the explanation.
consideration.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Gillis. Mayor Fillmore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Maggie and Brendan and team and everyone for all of this. Last fall during budget direction meeting, I think it was in December or so, we passed a motion that requested staff to review the contribution agreements as part of setting overall budget direction. That was meant to ensure that as we continue to find ways to ease the pressure on taxpayers, that we can have the conversations with the partners on how they can assist in that effort without interrupting their provision of the core services that they provide. Those conversations have happened, and BAL items 18 through 20 reflect that work. I note that these adjustments are part of keeping our agreements aligned with our broader financial goals. So I'd like to move then that the motion be amended, Madam Chair, to include a new section that reads as follows. Whatever the number should be, I put in number 1 here, but whatever the number is, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to include BAL 018 through BAL 020 as identified in the staff report dated January 28th, 2026 as unders for consideration in the 26-27 budget adjustment list. I'll just add, if I could, Madam Chair.
Seconder?
Oh, beg your pardon. Second.
Councillor
Good.
White.
Thank you. Staff note that the Lake District Recreation Association have indicated that they can absorb the reduction without any difficulty. For Discover Halifax, their staff have indicated that a one-time reduction is manageable and doesn't impact their MOU with the Hotel Association of Nova Scotia regarding levies and other things. And as of now, staff are still, I believe, awaiting confirmation from the Discovery Center, but I do expect we'll have the information from the reaction from the Discovery Center before the final BAL debate. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And now I'll populate the list for that BAL amendment. 1 second. Councillor White.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mary Fillmore. I'm in favor of these as well. I did have one question about the Discover Halifax. My understanding is that they're funded by the marketing levy, so just partial. So if you could speak to that, thanks, Maggie.
Pardon me. Through you, Chair, to the councillor. Municipal funding sources to Discover Halifax include marketing levy, so they receive 65% of the marketing levy that's collected by the municipality. It's remitted to Discover Halifax at 65%, 35% funds events that draw tourists to the municipality. Now that's through the municipality. There's also, however, a grant to Discover Halifax in the amount of $1.386 million that's funded from general revenue that is provided directly to Discover Halifax. That was negotiated as a result, or that was increased, I should say, as a result of a memorandum of understanding that the Mayor mentioned between Discover Halifax and the Hotel Association when the levy was increased a couple of years ago. So they supported that increase. The Hotel Association supported that increase with the recognition that the municipality would also increase its sort of own source contribution to Discover Halifax. So this does pull that back a little bit, but there's a sense that if it's a one-time adjustment, that would be, folks would be amenable and that's manageable, I guess is the best word to describe.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor White. Deputy Mayor Cuddle on the amendment?
Not on the amendment.
Thank you. I have a question on the amendment, if you allow it, just from here, and it's on the BAL item 20 with the LDRA. And having been at their announcement, I listened to the chair say that they were saving over $140,000 a month in operating costs based on having the solar. And so my question is about if our funding is connected to an agreement. Are we looking at the financial statements to show that the need is there for this funding? So I would just... So Councillor Gillis is mouthing something down there, but of course, with my hearing, I can't hear it. But it was either 146 or 164,000, something like that a month. But it was well over 100,000 a month savings.
start and ask Brendan to fill in if there are pieces missing. Our contribution agreement with them is associated to capital, so it is specific around capital expenditures, and it is about I think the piece that was identified previously was that solar project. As mentioned, they could further expand the solar project beyond what was initially envisioned with the additional funding that they've received. We would, I would say generally we would see that as a good thing if it helps their sustainability going forward from an operating perspective. And maybe on the question related to examination of their financials.
Brendan Smithson, Director of Recreational Regional Services, through the chair to the chair. Yes, we do annual review of their finances as part of the agreements. To add to our discussions with LDRA, the funding coming from the federal government provides 75% coverage of the solar, and they're looking to get to 100, which is where that savings is. I would have to check into the number. I think that's actually yearly, the savings, not monthly, but I could be incorrect on that. I can go back and get that information. There is also a piece around the battery backup in terms of the solar from that perspective, or two of the pieces that our capital is contributing to, so kind of adding to the money they're already getting from the federal pieces from that perspective.
Good to know. Thank you. I thought he said monthly, but if it's annual, that makes better sense. Go back to that. Councillor Mancini on the amendment?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. So, I just caution folks about reductions to Discover Halifax, reductions to the Halifax Partnership when it comes up. These are our sales teams. Discover Halifax, bringing events here. We see these events like Sail GP, and the list goes on and have huge contribution and benefit to our community, to the municipality directly, and to our businesses and to the citizens. So, my understanding, and speaking to Ross Jefferson, that $70,000, what that means is they won't do as much advertising in Ontario in promoting here. So they feel they can live with it, so that's fine. Just a word of caution, especially when we come up to Halifax Partnership. They are our sales team. I'll be interested to hear what the Discovery Centre says, because I know how tight their budgets are. I think we contribute. How much do we normally contribute to them? Is it $100,000 each year? What's the amount?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the 200,000. What was increased a couple of years ago, I
Right,
believe, from
200,000.
145.
So I'd be interested to hear what that $10,000 impact is to the Discovery Centre. So I just wave those flags. Thank you. I'll support the motion to go forward and get the briefing note, but just to wave those flags. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini. And if I could clarify, LDRA was saving $14,000 a month. So that's where that is. Okay, thank you. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. And so I just want to ask about the hotel levy piece of all of this, where we agreed to increase our funding. They agreed to up the levy. This is a little bit of a step away from this in a very small amount. Has there been any sense of discussion oh, well, we know you're kind of tight, you can step away from now, but we expect you to honor the agreement? Because if we're just going to cut this and then be told later on, you live up to the words, the promises you made, and then we'll be putting this back in as a pressure in a future year, this doesn't feel worth it to me. So would like a little bit more read on where things actually sit.
Through the chair to the councillor, discussion has been primarily with Discover Halifax, and their sense is that this is manageable on a one-time basis. So would be at this point anticipated that the funding would recover.
Be restored next year?
Correct.
Folks, for $70,000 to kind of step outside of what we promised and staked in the ground to do, especially on something that's economic development, like as Councillor Mancini just referenced, I don't think this is a cut that's really worth it for tax bill impact of 25 cents to the average homeowner. So I would request that we split these. I'd like to not vote for this one.
Then yes, we can vote them separately. Thank you, Councillor Austin. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you. Oh, there it is. Okay, I was just on the tourism piece. I mean, Discover Halifax does good work, but on one of the articles that I read recently the tourism numbers show 93 days where Halifax was essentially out of rooms in 2025. So we are booking to the max with our hotels here. So I am going to support this for this year. They've done a great job, and our hotels are very, very busy.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy. Councillor Hensby.
Just to clarify, are we at the 3% market levy fee now? Is that in place now? And is it also applicable to all tourist accommodations, including campgrounds and Airbnbs and short-term rentals? And
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, we're at 3%, and it was expanded to, there used to be a threshold, if you had fewer than 20 rooms, you weren't captured, but yes, it's extended now to regardless of the size of, the number of rooms that you have. I'd have to confirm about campgrounds, but certainly roofed accommodations of all kinds are included.
And how is our, I think it's provincial, or we may be related to them. How is the tourism accommodation registry going? Are we capturing how much data? Well, I'm still waiting for my declaration of the short-term rentals in rural areas, so all those rural facilities can be finally registered.
Through you, chair to the council, I'd have to get back to you on that. It lives with another business unit. But so I'd have to confirm with you what the piece around the provincial registration is and our ability to get that data. But I can follow up on that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We talk about the 3% levy that we just increased, but I think it's important for colleagues to realize we're one of the lowest in the country when it comes to the levy we charge. Many cities way ahead of us on that. So, yes, it's gone up, but it's still pretty low. And as far as Councillor Purdy mentioned, the hotels are busy. They are busy during certain months of the year. They're busy from maybe June to October. And so the whole idea of the Discover Halifax is to increase the events business, bring tourism here beyond that season. Yep, we can't handle that many more events during June to October. We can handle a lot more events, and there's vacancy on the other times of the year. I just want to share that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mancini. Seeing no other names on the list, we'll proceed to vote on each ballot item separately. Madam Clerk, the first one being ballot 18, reduce the Discover Halifax contribution by 5%. Motion passes. We'll now go to ballot 19. Reduce the Discovery Center contribution. Motion passes. We'll now go to ballot 20. Reduce the Lake District Recreation Association contribution agreement by 10%. Motion passes. Thank you. We are now on to the main motion again, and we'll just take a moment and repopulate our list. And so we're ready. Deputy Mayor Cuddle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I feel we're really down to the nickel and diming. Maybe the pennies. I don't even think we had pennies anymore, but that's where I feel we're at. On that subject, I just had a few questions about the Affordable Access Program, which is seen here as a budget reduction. And even though it's only $150,000, which, I don't think this is about the money so much as it is about managing the demand for our programs. And I know I've asked about this in the past, and we have this report coming forward that's looking at it in more depth. But where are we in terms of revenue from programs? I saw there was an increase in revenue of about $900,000, and an increase in use of the affordable access program of about I think I have to flip back up here, 1.4 million. So I'm just wondering, how are we managing the growth and demand for our programs overall, and how's that split between people who are paying regular fees, people who are accessing the Affordable Access Program? If you go through the Affordable Access Program, is there any limitation on the number of programs you can sign up for? What I've heard on the ground is that there's a lot of people who aren't getting into our municipal programs anymore because the wait lists and the demand are just too great. And that when people don't show up for programs, when it's something like a swimming lesson, there's a lag between getting admitted into the program on the wait list and missing classes that you don't, at that point, people have kind of missed the boat on the programs. And I don't know if this is, indicative of things happening in other programs as well. But I'm just, it's really a question not about the $150,000, because I think there's value in that, and there's value in having a good affordable access program. But it's just, again, it's about the overall management of our rec programs in face of increased demand.
Through Madam Chair to the councillor, it's a great question. I'll put Angela on notice. I'll get started. But currently our programs are first come, first served. So we do, when we open registration, there is often a great deal of demand, and so people don't always get into the program that they're wanting to get to, or the location, or what have you. So that is a challenge. We have internally discussed potential different models. There are some jurisdictions where there's a lottery as opposed to a first comes, first served. So there's a date by which you register, and then your name is entered, and it's a lottery based system. So there are different ways to manage it, but currently we do have a first come, first served protocol. In terms of unused spaces, it does happen. I don't think we're sort of trying to get more data on that, and I don't know if Angela, if you have it handy, but I wouldn't say it's a substantial problem, but it is an issue. So we are looking at what are the ways, some charge for affordable access, or there are other ways that you may be able to address that, whether it's a cancellation fee or other means, to discourage people from being no-shows as opposed to canceling so that we can then fill the spot. We know that there are some issues that are coming up as we look at governance, for example, around different registration dates for different facilities, such that people may register for a program at the first facility who opens their registration, but then does that only as a placeholder until their preferred location registration opens up, and then move around. So there are some challenges that we're working through right now, and that we're trying to get to look at what the appropriate ways to address those are. There isn't a cap on the Affordable Access Program. In our system, we have sort of an allocation, but if somebody comes, reaches the threshold of that allocation, we just administratively sort of top that up. So that's another alternative, would be to provide caps sort of on individual use of the Affordable Access Program. We have not done that to date. We are philosophy has been to try and ensure as equitable access so that it's not a disadvantage to you if you're registering as an affordable access client. So we do want to maintain that as we go forward, but also to make sure that we're managing sort of issues or constraints that come up with that. Angela, anything?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the chair. So just to add to what Maggie said, we're looking at, when we looked initially at the 95% discount instead of the 100%, what we couldn't get our head around is the fact that it's adding an additional barrier to the people who have financial need, and we're kind of punishing everybody for a few that maybe not showing up for programs that registered for them. So we wanted to look at other ways that we could address the issues that the few people are providing to the system. So they may register for a program in swimming lessons and not show up. So we're looking at, through our attendance program, through our new software with Explore, we're able to track attendance better. So we're getting a better overall look at who's the offenders and who aren't showing up. And then we'll be looking at how we can deal with those people on a one-on-one basis, whether it's not allowing them to register for a month or whatever the idea is that we approve or go forward with. But that's why we ended up not putting this forward, the 95%, because we felt like for the $150,000 savings that there are other ways that we can approach this that's fair and equitable for the people that are using that program.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and it's not the $150,000 and the fair and equitable. It's really about managing the demand and everybody, like you might not qualify for the affordable access program, but you still have to budget, and you can only sign up for so many programs. I mean, unlimited programs aren't available to the majority of us. So I just think that I look forward to seeing this report coming back and how we manage some of these issues. And I'm very proud of our affordable access program and look forward to seeing that. For now, I'll leave it in the red on the paper. Thank you.
Thank you to Deputy Mayor Cuddle. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When is that report due to come back? Do you know? And I'll just continue with my thing though. So, I would like to place on the ballot under 021 the increase in ICE rental and fee revenues. Thank you.
That was Councillor Hensby who made the second.
Yes, it was. Yeah, thank you. BAL 021. ICE, yeah. We haven't been keeping up with the inflation, the CPI costs, and so this just brings us back up to date, and we can not be losing money on services that we are providing to our residents.
So we're just going to get a moment here and reset our speakers list. Councillor Purdy, if you'd like to continue while we populate the list, please do.
Okay, that's great. And if I'm recalling correctly, a few years ago, HRM implemented new fees for our ICE times, and they were low. So I know at Cole Harbour Place we lost revenue because of the new fee structures. It was lower than what Cole Harbour Place had been charging. So this helps get us back in line with a more reasonable, common sense fee structure that we're not bleeding out. I mean, maybe we still are, but at least we're not bleeding out as much.
to the council, I'm not, there was the earlier question on the Affordable Access Program, just to address that. What we were looking at so far was administrative issues, but we can roll into, we will be doing sort of broader fee review report to come back in probably not this fiscal year, but the following fiscal year. So we will roll into that a fuller review of the Affordable Access Program. Oh, sorry. No, this was in relation to your first question around, you had mentioned the reports related to the Affordable Access Program. In terms of the fees, I don't know if there's a question in there, but certainly what we've heard from other arena operators is that, as you say, HRM is sort of a price maker in the market, and so it's difficult, challenging for them to charge fees if above ours. There's not a lot of primetime ice, but it's nevertheless makes it challenging for them to go far from where we are. So, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. So just want to clarify, fee revenue for Parks and Rec, so instead of 2%, that's 3% under this, or is this just the ice? Or did I misread?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor. No, you're correct. There were two components to it. One was a general overall increase in recreation fees instead of 2% to 3%. That would be for the second half of the year to allow time for preparation for implementation. And then the ice fees as a separate piece, because we've had information from various providers and others that those are particularly out of step. That's the reason we identified this as a potential under.
Okay. Can we split these? Because where I'm going, like, I'm okay with doing 3% instead of 2%. But I think, I don't know how we can talk about, all the rhetoric that's been thrown around Halifax Water and our tax increases is being unaffordable and, shocks, and then say, hey, folks, take an 11% increase in your fees all at once. I mean, I think, our fees are out of whack, but I think we should phase this rather than doing 11% in just 1 year. So I don't want to vote for an 11% increase in ice rentals. I think we should stagger that a little bit. Maybe half this year, half next year or something like that. But, I think that's just too much for one season, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ostrom. We'll just see, Maggie, is it possible to separate out the increased ice rental from the fee revenues? Is it possible to separate those?
From an implementation perspective, that's not an issue. It's more of a process question. Can we come back with another BAL-BN follow-up? I'm looking to the CFO and the solicitor in terms of process, how we could do that. But certainly from an implementation point of view, we could either bring something back or just take direction here.
Mike to come on. Yeah, just bring back a briefing note. Put another one in the pile.
Is there a percentage increase you'd like to see, Councillor? So,
see where the discussion goes. To my mind, when I looked at this, I would be more comfortable with half on the ice fee rather than going for a full 11% all at once. I'm fine with the 3% recreation fee. And so, if this were structured differently, I could vote for the whole thing, but I don't want to vote for the 11%. That's just moving one kind of problem to another.
If I understand correctly, the option would be to ask for a briefing note for BAL 021 to separate out the ice rental at a certain number and the fee revenue at a certain number. So it would be to bring back a briefing note for BAL 021. Yep.
And 5.5.
You know what? I'll just make it simple. Just vote against the whole thing. Thanks.
So to the initial mover being Trish and seconder David, would you agree to a briefing note? Oh, you withdrawn it?
This seems to be more trouble than it's worth. I'll just vote against the whole thing.
Okay, then withdraw. Thank you. So let's go back to the list. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been dancing around on this one. I, in general, don't have a problem with an increase for ice rentals, but when I look at the briefing note and I see that the impact is probably going to hit the kids' sport, Canadian Tire Jumpstart, which supports the registration costs for youth to participate in sport. You know, I'm struggling with that because that's organizations that are in place because of the need, and they are filling in a gap, right? So I'm concerned with that. I think at this point we have to really balance all of our, you know, slicing and dicing out. I get that, but I think we need to be particularly cautious of changing and increasing and creating barriers for those that are most vulnerable. And this one is one I'm struggling with. The fee increase the same. I feel like maybe now is not the time. Am I right? If my recollection, we've had significant increases over the past couple of years in recreation fees and such. I just wonder if this is the right time. These our recreation programs often attract those who are more vulnerable or less secure in their financial capacity. Not always, but sometimes, and enough for me to recognize that this would not be the area to support.
Through Madam Chair to the councillor, we brought in a fee bylaw in became effective April 1 of 2022. So there was a change, different fees, different things happened to different fees. So some of the ice fees actually went down at that time a bit, but many of our recreation program fees went up at that time. Since then, all the fees have increased at 2% per year, rate of 2% per year.
I think, though, that this one is asking for 3. Is that what you said?
So the overall fee revenue, the suggestion on overall fees would be, instead of a 2% increase, a 3% increase. 3%. And then ice separated out because we've heard we're sort of out of step on ice.
Yeah, yeah. I feel a lot like my colleague, Councillor said. I would ask for a briefing note. I think that's, to me, where are we at with that?
Councillor Austin has withdrew the request for the briefing note.
I would like to have it. I'd like to put it forward then. Please.
So is there a seconder for that? Oh, we don't need a seconder for a briefing note, right? No. So we have
We need to be what?
Can you say that?
Yeah, so we have an amendment on the floor, and the question is the mover and the seconder willing to treat this as a friendly amendment to move it for a budget briefing note for the BOW to address the question of being able to break out and reduce potentially the first year increase in ice fees. Maggie's got her light on.
The motion was put on the floor by Councillor Purdy. It was seconded by Councillor Hensby. Do you both agree?
I don't have a problem.
Councillor Purdy?
You have any problem with the briefing note? We'll do it in March 3rd.
I would like to charge 11% more for ice rentals.
So you do not agree it's a friendly amendment?
So this would mean it would be a lesser amount? No, I want to put this forward, and if it fails, then colleagues can bring forward whatever they want.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Purdy.
Then I'll be voting
Oh,
against
our
it. Thank
CFO
you.
has a question.
So, just to remind council, when you're looking at fee increases, you gave staff direction in November, right? You approved a fee strategy to look at fee increases to help mitigate the tax increase, right? Look at full cost recovery in some cases. So that's what staff is trying to do here. So just wanted to remind you of that direction that was approved just back in November. Thank you.
So I'm only mindful of the time. It is 4:05. Members of the council okay to continue on this for a few more minutes? Or do you have commitments you need to leave? So 15 more minutes is allowable? Okay. Councillor White.
Thank you. My question was just, when I read this last night, I didn't read it close enough to see the two items on here. Could we not just vote on the ice rental motion and the fee? Why not? Like we can
Because to have the right information, we needed to have a briefing note so that you would know what dollar amount you're looking at for one and for the other. Like one was 3% and then the other was the 11.
Madam
they're
Chair.
very different things. One's like a general fee.
I think this is a different question. Is can we split out the increases and vote on the increase
vote if you-
for fees generally separate from the increase
For ice.
for the ice time, which I think we can do.
All right, we can do that.
Thank you. Yeah.
Councillor White, apparently
the
we can do
question
that.
the question before was to move it for a BAL briefing note at half of the increase, which is a different issue in terms of running those numbers. That was not seen as friendly by the mover, but yes, we can split the vote on this in terms of moving the increase for ice separately from the moving of the increase of the rest of the fees.
Sounds good. Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Hartling.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'll be super fast because I know everybody wants to get out of here. I will save everything else for later, but I appreciate you putting this on the floor, Councillor Purdy, and I will also be voting in favor. I think the time is right.
Thank you, Councillor Hartling. Councillor Hensby.
Just want to let you know I spoke to my local rink operator and he felt for a long time now we're undercharging for our cost of rent for our ice rentals. I think it's time that we try and get better cost recovery for it.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby. Councillor Purdy to close.
Yeah, thank you. This will also help reduce the grants that we have to give out to our facilities as well, right? Because they'll be bringing in more revenue. We have been undercharging. This is a very reasonable and common sense way to help bring it back up to a better fee structure for ice rentals. Okay, hope you can support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy. So the first part that we will vote on is the increase to the ice rental.
And this is for moving to the BAL for consideration and that BAL.
So everyone has that? Call for the question? Motion passes. And we'll now go to the second part. And that motion passes. Thank you very much, everyone. Now, Councillor St. Amand does have a point of order. Councillor St. Amand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to get it on the record, a minor point, because it obviously doesn't affect the vote as it was tabulated at the end of it, but my intention was to vote yes on BAL item 19. So I just wanted to get that recorded on the record to have it reflected.
Thank you very much, Councillor St. Amand. And so we will recess until tomorrow morning at 9:30. Thank you very much, everyone. And thank you to all of our staff who presented today. We really appreciate it.